DBZ Universe. Goku, the last of the Saiyan race, was one of the friendliest and nicest person anyone had ever met. His personality greatly opposed to that of any other Saiyan. He was calm, attractive and pure of heart, traits collectively possessed by none other than the one and only Son Goku. But right now, nothing could describe the difference from his usual self. The expression of pain, hate and regret can be easily seen on his face. Goku was watching the Namek Sea indifferently from above where he had just blasted the self-proclaimed emperor of the galaxy, the tyrant, Frieza. He had finally defeated that monster after becoming the legendary Super Saiyan. But at what cost? The life of his best friend, Krillin? Goku had lost more than one of his dear friends during his life, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, to save the world and, as his Saiyan side persists, more power. And here he was, the strongest in the universe, and yet he felt nothing. What was there to feel? He had just lost his best friend. What was the use of power if you had no one to share it with? He was not like Frieza. Millions groveling at his feet brought him no more pleasure than having to bury his own prince. He was a protector, not a destroyer. Krillin, I'm sorry you had to die. I promise I won't let any more innocents perish in front of me like that, mumbled Goku as tears flowed down his cheeks. Suddenly, a volcanic eruption burst from the dying Namek, roughly jolting the mourning Saiyan back to reality. Damn. Even though Frieza had been defeated, he had made sure to leave his mark, bringing an entire planet down with him, as if killing of all its inhabitants was not enough. He sped up as fast as he could, ignoring the burning pain of his muscles as he pushed beyond his limits, zipping through the lava geysers as they shot from the earth and the collapsing rock columns, crushing everything beneath them. He winced as tears stung his eyes against the dust and wind, and continued to scan the surroundings for something, anything. He needed to leave. Goku had survived devastating planet-destroying attacks, blasts that could wipe out billions at a single count, but he couldn't survive in the vacuum of space. A few hundred meters below the surface, he saw a hope of light shine through. An escape pod. That must have been the one Vegeta used to arrive here. Goku thanked the fallen prince silently. He rushed over to the pod, without making any delay. He almost busted open the door, and when he managed to get it open, there was a button at the side. What greeted him was a large array of knobs, screens, and buttons scattered across the interior. Being basically illiterate, he didn't understand a thing. What should he press? What do they all do? Why hadn't he attended school with Gohan? Without time to spare, he strapped himself in and started pushing everything furiously. The pod's door closed and lurched violently. Goku had also managed to activate a map, some sort of cleansing gas to take baths with. There were no showers while speeding through space, after all, an oxygen mask, and finally he felt the pod lift. Goku gritted his teeth as his head banged against the top and shot upwards, without warning. Soon the ship crossed Namek's atmosphere. And then it happened. The whole planet exploded, leaving nothing but space dust behind. The pod shook violently due to the shockwave, but there was not much damage. They were still traveling at a random course, he-ha said while button mashing. Or that's what he thought. The pod abruptly changed its course and he felt it spinning around frantically. He could see light zoom past them erratically from the small porthole in the pod. He felt his stomach lurch and Goku suppressed the urge to puke as he was thrown about in the small cramped area, hitting his head multiple times. He felt his vision blurring, his energy fading away, and the pain of his wounds acquired from the brutal battle taking over. Then all effort ceased. He relaxed. Even his legs felt limp and a blackness swept over his brain. It wiped out fear, it wiped out terror. There was no more panic. It was quiet and peaceful. Nothing to be afraid of. This is nice, to go to sleep, no need to resist, too tired to resist, it's nice to be carried, to float in space, tender arms around him, tender arms like Gohan's, he must go to sleep. Am I going to die? The last thing he saw was the blurring of the space dust of Namek, before he slipped into blissful unconsciousness. DxD Universe. It was a peaceful night in human world. Rias Gremory, the president of a cult research club and secretly the heir of Gremory family, was on her way back to her club. Today was quite an overwhelming day. Firstly, she had found that the infamous pervert, Issei, possessed the scared gear. Secondly, she had found him dead in the park this evening. Thirdly, she had resurrected and healed him. She was still wondering why she did that, actually. And most importantly, she needed a bath. She gazed up at the dark sky and her eyes widened as she saw a shooting star zoom past. Silently she wished that she wasn't so busy and had more time to spare, but alas, being the heiress of the demon family, she had a huge burden on her shoulders and a packed schedule could not be avoided. Rias sighed. Suddenly, she sensed a huge power level. Is it some ultimate class devil who is coming to inquire about my progress in the human world? Is it the leader of fallen angels? Or perhaps one of the high-class angels? No, this was a different energy from that of devils, angels or fallen angels. It was something else. She concentrated and located the source of the large power, and it was. Wait. Since when does shooting stars emanate power so similar to living things? And such huge power? Hold on. Is that thing going to land on my club? Wasting no time, Rias rushed towards her club, just in time to see the shooting star crash through the roof of a building close to her club, leaving a pile of smoking debris in its wake. Fortunately for her, the surrounding buildings were vacant and thus there was no commotion and no one hurt. Rias's eyes widened in surprise as she reached the crash site. A young man, seeming to be not much older than her, was laying unconscious among the rubble. He was still breathing, quite an amazing feat considering his injuries. There was dried blood surrounding the space pod, was it? It certainly wasn't a shooting star, no. What shocked her the most, though, was the level of energy radiating from the newcomer, despite his unconscious and wounded state. Rias hesitantly walked towards the stranger and, finding him out cold, picking him up and entering the club. Damn, this guy is heavy. Rias muttered as she threw him on the bed. Her eyes surveyed every inch of his body. A low whistle escaped her lips. Wow. Quite a muscle man, aren't you? Rias licked her lips as she smirked. Maybe. No. That wouldn't be right. Oh, for the love of Dash. Her hands reached the buttons of her shirt as she started undoing them. She shrugged it off and it slid down her shoulders onto the floor. Next, she unstrapped her bra and threw it down, her body feeling a little hot and impatient. Slowly she slid off her panties seductively, winking at the man in the bed, her tongue running past her teeth. Rias ran her fingers through her hair, smiling seductively as she looked him over again, her eyes dancing over his shirtless form. Without wasting another second, she crawled under the covers and embraced Goku tightly, her fingers running over his tight muscles and abs, stopping at the belt at his pants, before going just a little, tiny bit lower. Her eyes widened and she gasped as her mouth formed an O. Hey! She was doing this to heal that guy. No sex. Just embracing. She wasn't a pervert, okay, maybe a little in this case, or maybe a lot. Few hours later. It was morning. Sunlight streamed in through small window, covered by a set of blinds. Goku groaned, discontented as his eyes flickered opened very briefly, then shut as the light temporarily blinded him. Damn the sun. If only it had risen later, he still wanted to sleep just a little longer. Wait, what? Sunrise? Am I alive? But how? He thought. He was sure getting sucked into that space hole meant certain death for him. A small chuckle escaped his lips. He'd always been an awesome escape artist, as Chi-Chi put it, able to get out of the worst scrapes alive. Goku felt something warm and very soft on his back. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw a beautiful redhead laying naked in the bed with him. A visible blush stained his cheeks as the girl hugged his back, probably still in sleep. A comfortable smile formed on her face as she rubbed her cheek against his skin and pushed herself closer to the scion, her breast squeezing against Goku's arm. Goku got up silently, trying not to disturb the girl's sleep. Just as he stood up, his legs accidentally slipped on the bra lying on the floor, making him plop backwards onto the bed and right onto the sleeping beauty. He let out a small eep and turned around, coming face to face with her, their noses inches from touching. He flushed slightly when he realized his hand was on her breast. Moaned the girl in her sleep. Goku watched in confusion when he heard her moaning. He saw a slow smile spread across her face. Bulma had told him that women's breasts are very sensitive, but he never thought that they could be so big. Big and soft and smooth, like Bulma's, except hers were smaller. Goku started to press and squeeze her breasts gently, curious. He couldn't understand why she was making such sounds, but she seemed to be enjoying it. With a childlike curious face, Goku decided to examine further, squeeze Press Squeeze You are quite a perverted guy, aren't you? Wondered the girl with a smile as she slowly opened her eyes. Perverted? What does that mean? Goku blinked, confused. Wow. You don't know what that means? Rias cocked her head when she saw Goku shaking his head. Ah, that's so cute. You're such a naive person. It's really difficult to find someone as innocent as you. Rias mumbled, smirking as she started stroking Goku's cheek. Goku, being Goku, still didn't understand what's going on. Suddenly, the door of the room opened, revealing another beautiful girl with very long black hair and violet eyes. Era, what's this? A new devil member? The girl appreciated the new man's bare chest. No, he isn't a devil. At least that's what I think. Rias muttered before getting out of bed, making sure to brush her naked body against Goku a few more times for extra measure and throwing on her crumpled uniform. Oh? So is he your new boyfriend, President? Teased Akino Himejima. What? No, stuttered Rias, turning crimson. Sorry for interrupting. But what's going on? Where am I? Goku wondered, confused. He had tried to sense the key of his friends and family, of course. Even he wasn't that clueless. But they were nowhere to be found. He had picked up some power levels, not entirely human, that were higher than normal and some even extraordinary ones. The two girls present in the room were also more powerful than the average human. You are on Earth, of course, replied Akino with her usual smile. No, that's not possible. This isn't the same Earth that I know. Goku's brows furrowed, in deep thought. Do you remember anything about last night? Asked Rias. Yeah, I remember I was in my ship. But then suddenly everything went blank. I was in space. Goku answered honestly. You almost crashed onto the clubhouse. I found you injured in the rubble with that spaceship thingy of yours. I decided to heal you, although my method isn't exactly the most decent one, I must say. Hope you didn't mind. Rias winked, deliberately crossing her arms and displaying her cleavage. She had left the top few buttons undone, and had not put on her bra, for certain reasons, of course. But you healed me so fast. Did you have senzu beans? How did you do that? That's easy. Because I'm a devil. In the underworld. The sudden appearance of the scion was not unnoticed by high-class devils. Most of the clan leaders were quite worried about this newcomer. They called for a meeting, where the greatest devils and most terrifying demons gathered to discuss and clear their doubts, or in some cases, deepen them. They suspected it was the work of fallen angels, though had no evidence to back it up. What intel do we have about this newcomer? Asked the leader of 4 great Satans, Surzex Lucifer. Almost nothing, sadly, replied his father, Lord Gremory. He had appeared out of thin air, literally. There's no evidence of his prior existence, and such power is unheard of. He's strong enough to challenge and win against all of us. Do we really have to talk about this? Falbium Asmodeus muttered, bored. It would have been better if you'd taken your responsibility as Satan in charge of military affairs. Lord Phoenix narrowed his eyes. Where is that newcomer right now? Asked Lord Gremory. He is currently with your sister right now, Surzek-sama. If I may add, he doesn't seem to be an enemy as of now, informed Grafia. Silence filled the room as everyone absorbed this information. None of them had expected the new man to have targeted Lucifer's sister. So what should we do then? Falbium asked. We'll wait. If that guy dares to hurt a single strand of my sister's hair, then I'll personally deal with him. Surzek growled. Damn it. How could he? Why would he do it just because of such a small thing? Cursed Rias silently under her breath. A sigh escaped her lips. She didn't want to attend the class in such a bad mood. She wanted to let off her anger on someone or something. But what could she do in such a situation? How about using her magic to destroy the whole school? But then she'll have no choice but to return to her family. Not to mention thousands of innocent students will die. Ria slammed her head in her desk in frustration, startling everyone in the class. Everyone sweat dropped at the unusual behavior of Rias. Why couldn't Goku join her school? She really wanted him to join her class. Even though it was yesterday when she found him, but she couldn't help but to develop liking for him. A few hours ago. Principal's office. So you are Son Goku, am I right? Asked the principal. Yup, that's me, replied Goku with a smile. Right now, Goku was standing alongside Rias. After a long 2-hour discussion in the morning, Goku came to know that Rias and Aquino are devils and the existence of angels and devils. Also, that currently he has no way to return his home. Well, at least that's how it seemed. When Rias asked for Goku's help and offered to join her, he didn't give it a second thought and agreed willingly, much to Rias's happiness. So why did you decide to join our school, Goku-san? Asked Principal. Actually, he used to live in Canada. But his parents died last week and he had no one but me, his beloved cousin, replied Rias on behalf of Goku. She'd always been a good liar and it was a perfect time to put her skills to test. Really? He's your brother? Asked Principal, raising his eyebrow in suspicion. Really? Asked Goku, confused. Rias hit Goku with an elbow in the gut as a signal for him not to speak when she is speaking. Fine then. I'll need his qualification certificates, told Principal, seemingly not very convinced thanks to Goku. Here, they are, said Rias as she handed the certificates to the principal. Goku was confused watching the certificates. He never brought any when he arrived in this world. As a matter of fact, he never went to school in his whole life, but decided to remain silent as he didn't want to receive another elbow in the gut. Well, Goku-san, your qualifications are quite acceptable. Now you only need to fill the admission form and then you'll get the admission in this school, informed Principal as he handed the form to Goku. For Rias, getting those fake certificates was a piece of cake. Being the daughter of a well-known devil family has its own advantage. The only thing now required is for Goku to fill the admission form. What could possibly go wrong now? Is something wrong? Asked the principal. I don't know how to write. Hee, replied Goku with nervous smile while scratching the back of his head. Both Rias and Principal sweat dropped hearing this. Rias, I would like to attend your class. And as for you, Mr. Goku, I'm sorry to say it, but you're not eligible to join our school. Now it would be nice if you leave my office, said Principal in a calm tone, but it could be clearly seen that he was very angry. But dash. Out now, Miss Riss, before I decide to kick you out of the school too, yelled Principal, startling Goku and Rias. At present time, Rias was laying her head on the desk, dazing off. She wasn't paying any attention what was going in the class. Her thoughts still on happened in the morning. What if Goku would have been able to join her school? She could have spent more time with him and came to know more about him. Next period is of physical education, right? Asked one of the girls in the class. Yeah. But we don't have any PE teacher in our school. The previous teacher got a better offer in another school, so he left, replied another girl. I heard rumors that a new teacher has been recruited today. I think he'll teach us this period. I hope he is handsome. Me too. Rias overheard the conversation but didn't show any interest in it. She had many important matters to attend today. Firstly, she had to tell that pervert, Issei, about her existence and him being one of them now. Rias didn't realize when the teacher entered the class. The whole class was started gossiping when they saw their new teacher. The girls were very happy to see a young, handsome man, much to the boys' jealousy. Wow! Is he our new PE teacher? A girl whispered. He is so young and handsome, commented another girl. He may be handsome, but Goku is more handsome and cuter than anyone, thought Rias, not even interested to take a glance at her new teacher. Goku. How cute and innocent. How she wished him to be a stuffed toy which she could hold forever. Hello everyone. I will be your PE teacher from now. Does she already like him so much that she is hearing his vice and PE teacher? How silly and stupid of her. My name is Son Goku. Nice to meet you all. Ah, so that's her new teacher's name. Wait, what? Rias immediately looked at her new teacher. Her eyes nearly popped out their sockets as she saw him. Goku. What you doing here? Shouted Rias as she subconsciously stood up. Oh, hey, Rias. Isn't it a surprise to be your school teacher? Smiled Goku, waving his hand casually. Rias ran from her seat before grabbing Goku's arm and dragging him along with her to the outside. When? How did you manage to get a job as a teacher here? Asked Rias, surprised. It was not as if she was angry about or something. In fact, she was quite happy to see him as her teacher. But how did he manage to do that? Oh, you see, it all happened after you left for class. Flashback. Out now, Miss Riss, before I decide to kick you out of the school too, yelled Principal, startling Goku and Rias. Without giving any other thought, Rias ran out of the office, leaving behind Goku and Principal. Knowing that he won't get admission in the school, Goku bowed down before walking outside. Wait, Goku-san, came Principal's voice as he stopped the scion in the tracks. Huh? Goku turned his gaze towards the principal in confusion. Though I can't accept you as a student here, but that doesn't mean I'm heartless, replied Principal in a serious tone. Tell me, Goku-san, do you know anything about physical fitness and sports? Because from looks of you, it seems you might be very experienced in this field. Yeah, I know almost every type of fighting styles and martial arts, replied Goku with a smile. Extraordinary. We were just looking for someone like you. Actually, our PE teacher left the school some time ago. Will you kindly accept our offer of you being the new teacher? Asked Principal humbly. That would be honor, replied Goku with a smile. That was quite easy than he imagined. But oh well, at least now he had a job to do. Rias would be extremely happy to hear that. End of flashback. So that's all happened, said Goku, smiling while scratching the back of his head. Wow. That's great, said Rias as she pounced at Goku, getting him in a face/chest. I'm so happy that we are finally in the same school. She cradled his head to her breast, suffocating the poor scion again. Rias. Need air. Goku gasped for air. To think breasts can do such a thing, they can become a great weapons. Oh, sorry. I was quite happy and got carried away, giggled Rias. It's alright. Anyways, I gotta go to other classrooms to inform them to gather them in school ground. Tell this to your class too, okay? Asked Goku as he stood up, regaining his composure. I'll do that. Great. See you later, waved Goku as he ran to other classes. Rias happily walked to her classroom. Now that Goku got a job here, at least she won't have to worry about him. Not to forget, she can get extra marks from him whenever she wanted to. At school ground, a few minutes after informing all the students, Goku walked to the end of ground. He was standing in front of all the students. Much to his surprise, majority of the students were girls and barely, not even 1/5 were boys. Well, that's what can expect from a girls' school, which recently changed into a normal one. But oh well, he got to do his job anyways. Goku clapped his hands making students to turn towards him. Hey there. As I've told you, I'm going to be your new PE teacher. So today, I gathered you all for some exercises and a nice warm-up. So are you all ready? Asked Goku with a warm smile. Yes, Sensei, replied all the girls enthusiastically as they already started liking Goku, much to boys' jealousy, especially to a certain trio. Arg. I don't understand why such a nice-looking guy had to our teacher, asked a brown-hair boy, Issei. As if Kiba wasn't enough, said Matsuda in rage. Why gods are so cruel to us, said Motohama in depression. The next moment all three of them started crying in anime style, but it only worsened the situation as the girls near them made more distance from them and started calling them creepy and perverts. So let's start with the running. Is 5 rounds of this whole town enough for you guys? Asked Goku. Though he felt the training was of too low level, but he didn't want to tire them up. They are humans after all, except for Akino and Rias, so they won't be able to handle his training. It will be perfect. We can even do 100 rounds if you want us to, Goku-sensei, said one of the girls as she got carried away. Really? You guys might be better than I thought. Fine then, 100 rounds for all of you, said Goku happily. Everyone's jaws nearly hit the ground as they heard that. They could do nothing but moron at the stupidity of one person. Rias couldn't help but chuckle a little at the situation. Talk about shooting oneself in the foot. But to see, shooting oneself as well as other in the feet, that's a unique view. At least she won't have to worry about the training. Her devil blood would help her to pass through the training effortlessly. Rias-sama, came a voice. Rias turned her gaze towards the source of the voice. It was her queen, Akino. Goku-kun is quite energetic, isn't he? Remarked Akino with a smile. Well, isn't he always? Hee, smirked Rias. Oh, perfect timing. I was looking for both of you, said Goku as he appeared out of nowhere, startling Rias and Akino. What is it? Asked Rias confused. Is there any devil besides you and Akino in this school? I picked up several power levels higher than normal human in this school, said Goku. Yeah, there are 2 groups of devils here. But that's a story for another time. Meet me at the clubhouse. I'll introduce you to the other members of the club. And remember what you promised, okay? Asked Rias in a serious tone. Sure. I'll tell you everything about myself. You don't have to worry, nodded Goku with a serious expression on his face. An hour later. All the students finally finished their rounds. Everyone fell on the ground exhausted. At least they learned their lesson. Never to bite more than you can chew. Goku smiled as he saw them completing their training. They did better than he expected. Maybe he should increase the training, but it's almost the time for going to the clubhouse. Goku-sensei, came a feminine voice behind him. It belonged to a young, attractive woman with long black hair down to her hips and violet eyes. That girl. As she was there with him when I died, stuttered Issei as he saw the girl. Never in his wildest dream he imagined he would see her again. Rias's eyes widened in surprise. A fallen Ange was in her school, nonetheless, the one who killed her new servant. But what is she doing here? Is she here to finish the unfinished job? No, she don't know about Issei being alive. But why is she here? Is that because of Goku? Yeah, that seemed the perfect case. Goku's power poses a great threat to fallen angels. Maybe she is here to eliminate that threat. Well, she is quite brave to step into enemies' lines, isn't she? Hey. Do I know? Asked Goku curiously. I'm Rainera. I'm a second year here. Goku-sensei, will you please go out with me? Asked the girl timidly. I'm really sorry. But he is with us, came the familiar voice of Rias. The look on her face was scary enough to startle both Goku and Rainera. Why you? Before Rainera could do anything, Rias grabbed her collar, pulling the fallen angel to herself. Listen, you fallen bitch. The only reason I'm not erasing you out of existence is that we're standing in front of all students. But if I saw you near my servants or Goku again, I will not hesitate to put you out of your miserable life. Understand? Asked Rias in a dark tone, making Rhaenyra sweat in fear. Rhaenyra barely nodded before Rias threw her away. You'll dearly pay for that, threatened Rhaenyra as she ran away from the school. Weren't you too rude to her? I didn't sense any evil in her, asked Goku nervously. Goku, she is an enemy. She'll do whatever to achieve her goals. That includes killing innocent people. Anyways, we're heading to Clubhouse. Don't be late, told Rias as she walked away from him. Goku dismissed all the students as the time was already up. Not to forget, he hadn't showered since he came to this world and he desperately need one right now. Without giving it another thought, Goku headed towards school's shower. At Occult Research Club. As the shower was finished, Goku reached outside the club before entering in. As he entered the house, Goku saw a petite girl with white hair and hazel eyes sitting on a sofa left to him. Goku smiled and waved towards the girl, much to girl's shyness as she blushed a little before nervously nodding. Ahaha, this is the first time I saw Kanoko like this. You might even become her friend faster than me, said a young handsome boy with short blonde hair. I'm Kiba. Nice to meet you, Goku-sensei, as he bowed down in gratitude. You, screamed Issei. It was his first day at Occult Club. He thought he was the luckiest man in the world when he found that he was summoned by Rias, but, why? Why this new good-looking have to become the stone in his way? Oh, he started hating him already. First, Kiba, and now you. Why can't I be only good-looking guy here? Goku, it's good to see you and you are not late. Said Akino with a smile. I'm here too, shouted Issei, trying to get their attention. Rias-sama was waiting for you. You haven't properly, have you? Asked Akino, ignoring the pervert. What? No attention. Issei turned his face to Goku. Yeah, I haven't. Where is she? Asked Goku again, ignoring Issei. I just want to die, said Issei in a comically depressed state. I'm here, said Rias as she walked out of her bathroom. As expected, Issei's full concentration were on Rias's boobs. So Goku, since we have told who we are. Now it's your turn, said Rias seriously. Well, it stared with. It took about half an hour for Goku to tell his whole life story. Everyone listened to it very curiously. It was as if they are hearing some kind of science fiction manga. Issei was most curious and suspicious of all. He seemed to remember this kind of story but couldn't remember where. So you're saying that you're an alien, right? Asked Rias, receiving a nod from Sion. It sounds like a self-made story, but we have no alternate but to believe it. Anyways, I have already explained you who we are, said Rias as wings appeared out of her back. Kanoko, Kiba, and Akino had the same change. Whoa, but Issei was surprised when seeing those wings. Proper introduction are in order. My name is Rias Gremory of the Gremory clan and every member of this club are my servants, said Rias in a proudful manner. Himejima Akino, Yuto Kiba, and Tuja Kaneko. The reason on why I brought you here is to discuss about what happened yesterday. You remember Issei, how you died. You mean Yuma-chan, but everyone's doesn't remember her at all, said Issei confused. That's because she's a fallen angel and her task was to lure you out and killed you. They have the ability to erase memories. To kill me, but why? I didn't done anything wrong to any fallen angels, asked Issei scared. Was it because he was a total pervert? No, Motohama and Matsuda are perverts too. Then why only him? It's because you are a human possessing a sacred gear, and they consider such humans as a threat. Fallen angels normally kill the user or steal their relic, which also causes the user to die. You can think as they taking your life force away. Informed Akino. What is a sacred gear anyway? Asked Goku confused. Sacred gears are an irregular power that resides inside human beings. These powers normally only affects the human world, and their users usually end up being an important figure, playing an important role worldwide. But, sometimes, there are exceptional, sacred gears that can also pose as a threat to devils and fallen angels alike. That fallen angel Amano Yuma, or her real name is Rainier, must have seen something dangerous in you. Issei is one of the reason. Please, raise your hand, requested Rias. Why? We want to see your gear. Try to imagine the strongest thing you can think of. Son Goku, from Dragon Ball Z? Said Issei. What? Me? Asked Goku confused. Not you, you dumbass. Just because you had the same name, doesn't mean you are him. You're nowhere like him, said Issei in irritation. How dare this new sensei compare himself with his favorite character? Good, now imagine that person in his strongest pose. Now, get up and imitate that pose. You have to imagine it strongly, don't hold back. The boy stood up, lowered both his hands at waist height, and placed them in the right side of his body, making a small ball format where his hands intertwined. Kamehameha, as Issei's left arm started to materialize. Goku's eyes widened in surprise. Hey, that's his move. What the hell is the eyes? Shouted Issei in surprise. There was a red gauntlet with a big green gem covering his left arm. That is a sacred gear, and it belongs to you. Once released, you can use it anytime you want. The fallen angel saw that as a threat and therefore need to neutralize you, told Rias. But, if she already killed me, how I am still alive? He wondered. You called me when you were on the verge of death. I was summoned through this paper. She showed him a leaflet exactly like the one he grabbed from the weird girl. This is one of the leaflets we give out. This magic circle is used to summon us devils. These days, there aren't many people who would draw this circle to summon us. So we give these leaflets to people who look like they would summon devils. The club president continued. When I was summoned, you were in the brink of death, Issei. So I had to save your life by turning you into a devil using this evil pieces. You were reborn as a devil, Issei. Congratulations, my servant devil. Then she clicked her fingers. The same wing sprouted from Issei's back, and he let out a girly shrill. Let's get along from now on, Issei. Rias smiled childish. But what is the purpose of the contract? Goku asked after staying quiet during her explanation. When humans sign a contract with a devil and once the devil's end of the bargain has been fulfilled, the humans are required to pay a price for our service. The price varies with the wish that we are summoned to grant. It can be from small trinkets to the lives of the contractor. There are ranks among devils, it's something called peerage. Ria sat on top of a large desk on the corner of the room. Behind it was located the club president's chair. Your place of birth and family heritage plays a big role in it. You can even become popular with girls when you rise your devil class, added Rias. Wait. What? How? Issei's eyes started to sparkle hearing that particular word. You see, the number of pure-blooded devils are very thin these days, so we encourage low-classes devils to rise to high class and form their own peerage? In other words, Rias, the better job you do the higher chances becoming a pure-blood devil, asked Goku, trying to get the whole situation. That's right. You mean I can have my own servants? Asked Issei, getting more curious. Yes, but that will take a lot of hard work you need to do. Can they all be women? Will I be able to form my own harem? Yes. Can I do anything I want with them? Even sex? Pervert. Was Kaniko's reply. They will be you servants. I don't see why not. If you told them to wear bloomers. Now, get to work. You have to deliver all those leaflets to the addresses below, tonight. Yes, Bucho. Issei got up, got his backpack and was about to run out of the room but stopped in his tracks. But what about Goku? Is he one of us? Are you Goku? Asked Rias as everyone turned their gaze towards him. Yeah. I don't see why not. You guys are not bad at all, replied Goku with his famous sun grin. So, well, can you tell what class devil I currently am? Asked Issei. You are currently at the low class devil. So are Kanoko and Kiba, replied Rias, accidentally crushing all the hopes of Issei. You and Akino-senpai? We are mid-class devil. And that dumb guy? Asked Issei, bored, pointing at Goku. Looking at him, Issei could tell he at his best might be a low class too. I'm not sure about him, replied Rias honestly. What? Even Kiba got interested. When I first saw him, he was heavily injured. But when at that state, his power was enough to match to that of an ultimate class devil, told Rias. Everyone in the room gasped in shock as they hear that. Even Kanoko couldn't keep her calm composure anymore. How strong he is at full power. No one but he himself knows. Wow. Such power, wondered Kiba. Okay, but why I've to do all the work and he didn't, complained Issei. Akino approached Goku, putting her index fingers on his chest before turning her gaze towards Issei and especially Rias. Sorry, but he is going out for dinner with me, that's why. Really? Asked Goku, happily hearing his favorite word, dinner. Yes. It'll be my treat. What? Issei was so shocked that he froze in his placca like a statue. Damn. Just because he is going with you, don't you dare think he is all yours, smiled Rias in threatening manner. Era. That is to be seen, replied Akino as they started exchanging daggers towards each other. No way. It's his first day at school and he already got affection, two most beautiful girls, Issei said. Comical tears running down his cheeks. Just you wait, Goku-sensei. I'll be better than you. Then I'll be the center of attraction, not you, committed Issei silently. Morning. The time all living creatures wake from their slumbers to begin a new day. And the way a normal person would begin theirs was to trudge out of bed and head to the kitchen, preparing a cup or two of coffee or tea or whatever it is that would keep him awake, and if he is feeling up to it, he would attempt to prepare a light snack. Emphasis on the word normal. Goku was, on one hand, the most earthling of the Scions, and yet on another hand, not very earthling at all. After devouring all contents of Rias's fridge, he had found himself a nice, secluded training spot and had begun a light, or rather, in his standards, training routine, after, of course, hunting down a more suitable, larger-sized, breakfast. His hostess had been informed the night prior. Goku recalled the ear-piercing screeches and heated screams from Chi-Chi when he failed to tell her about his early morning escapades. Right now, he was in a clearing at the heart of a little forest which lay far from civilization, tucked away between the high mountains. Best for training, far enough to get rid of distractions and avoid hurting innocents. Best of all, it reminded him of home. The little house in the pockets of the fields and mountains of one of the most calm places of Earth, his Earth, and being around nature gave him a comfortable sense of familiarity that he relaxed in. He hoped to see his Earth, and more importantly, his family and friends, again. But enough sightseeing. More training. Goku concentrated his ki and levitated in midair. He started to visualize a virtual battle, King Piccolo, Jinyu, Frieza. He started to attack the air at blinding speeds, punching and kicking at an incredible rate and power that would make even the lightning bolts pale in comparison. Replaying virtual battles, fighting invisible enemies, for half an hour. Goku panted as he ceased his movements, his muscles aching, and he slowly descended. The Scion closed his eyes and took a deep breath, before summoning his ki from his core. Ha! He screamed as his ki ripped out dangerously from his body, his aura blared a furious red, intensifying, everything in the range of 50 meters were blown back by the sheer force of his power. The world shook. Every living being felt as the ground started to tremble beneath them, earthquake. They shouted, diving for cover, radios blared our warning alerts, but it was of too little force to be considered a threat yet, unexplainable or no. Not a threat for humans, but it couldn't be said the same way for the beings of the other world. The devils, angels, fallen angels, shock. Yes, maybe even terror. To be able to feel such power radiating from Earth, a massive force just so close to exploding. It was worrying enough for them to send someone to check in the situation. After all, you can never be too sure. The aura around Goku faded. He fell to his knees, panting and sweating. His power had risen dramatically, but not enough. No good. Goku breathed heavily. He wiped sweat from his forehead and leaned back, gazing into the sky. I need to feel that rage I did at Namek. I need to turn Super Saiyan, maybe next time. He wasn't giving up. Nope. Goku stood up on trembling legs and blasted off. Yes, he wanted to continue to train. But what was this about a school? He didn't know, but Rhea seemed to make quite a bit of fuss about it last night, and he didn't want to anger her. Besides, he needed to see Rias. Occult Research Club. Rias turned over, sleeping soundly. The peace was unbroken for a few moments, before a door flew open. Rias awoke at the sound. I'm back. She heard Goku's voice, then his smiling face greeted her as he entered. You're back early. Rhea smiled. Goku sat on the bed next to her. I thought you were going to train longer. Goku bit his lip. I couldn't. Why? Rhea's eyes widened, worried. Because I missed you. His voice was a husky whisper, and before she could reply, she found herself pressed against the wall, smoldering lips pressed against her own. I love you, he confessed, lust burning in his eyes. Sincerity in his voice. I love you. Rias panted. She arched her back as Goku captured her lips again, in a smoking hot kiss. He pushed himself against her thighs, forcing them apart, and Rias felt his arousal pressing against her own. She would be lying if she said his length hadn't aroused her the moment her fingers wrapped around his large. Her red hair splashed against the wall and she moaned. Her mouth opened slightly to an O and he took the opportunity to slid his tongue into his mouth, as well as his hands down her curvy hips and to her skirt. Rias arched her back as Goku captured her lips again in a hot smoking kiss. He pushed her against his hands, he could feel his arousal and she anticipated it. She felt his large warm hands cup her ass before hooking onto the waistband of her skirt, and tug it lower, so slowly he slid her skirt off her long legs and threw them onto the floor. Rias wrapped her arms around Goku's neck and their tongues battled. Goku explored Rias' mouth and grinned against her lips as he left her long slender fingers drag tantalizingly across his hard-on, snagging his sash and pulled. Oh God. Oh Goku, moaned Rias lewdly. Rias' eyes widened. One of his large hands cupped her groin. She felt herself getting warmer and wetter as his fingers brushed teasingly against the fabric of her lace panties before removing it, just sweeping his fingers slowly across her pussy. She let out a strangled cry, muffled by his hot lips, as one of his fingers entered. She arched her back further and pressed her breasts against his bare chest. Goku took the invitation and ripped off her shirt. Rias was too occupied at the moment to care about the abuse of her clothes and slid one warm hand under her lacy black bra, clasping her breast. His fingers kneaded her nipple and made her whine in arousal. Goku. Please, I need you. Please. Rias pleaded, panting. What? I didn't hear you, the Saiyan teased. Please, I need you inside me. I need your cock. Rias begged. She pressed herself closer to him. He smirked and pressed his erection against her naked thighs, and the redhead moaned in pain, a sensual pain that she didn't know existed, as he entered her. Goku was big. Bigger than she anticipated. Goku. More. Faster, demanded Rias. She closed her eyes as she drowned in the sensation of pain mixing into pleasure. Rias, gasped Goku, feeling the tightness of Rias. 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 Rias-sama. Wake up. Rias woke up in bed, panting. Sweat running down her whole body. She looked around. That was a dream. Disappointed. You were moaning quite loudly. It seems you were having an extremely pleasurable dream. A teasing voice by her ear. Rias turned to her right only to find Aquino sitting next to her. You were screaming Goku's name. Dreaming about my Goku, huh? Akino grinned mischievously. And no way. Rias's face turned bright red in embarrassment as she realized that her queen found about her dream. And what do you mean by my Goku? Wasn't that clear that he loves me when he went with me for dinner last night? Akino flipped her hair and batted her eyelashes, a triumphant smile on her face. Well, I'm sorry to burst your dream bubble, but even friends and colleagues go on dinner. Rias pouted childishly. Before Akino could reply, the door of the room opened as Goku waltzed in, grinning. I'm back. Goku announced his arrival. Akino smirked as she found her perfect opportunity. Welcome back, Goku. I wanted to ask you something. Akino gave Rias a sideways glance. Yeah. Sure, he blinked. Did you like the time you spent with me last time at dinner? Akino smiled seductively. Being oblivious to what Akino really meant, Goku replied without giving it any thought. Yeah, I loved it. I would like to go with you again. The food was amazing. Goku gushed, his mind swimming with thoughts of last night's meal. The girls caught his dreamy look and Akino smirked, while Rias fumed in jealously. Son Goku! Rias yelled. The Saiyan jumped back in shock. She's just scary as Chi-Chi, thought Goku. Weren't you training? Weren't you going to take more time? Rias frowned, angry. She took a step forward threateningly. I couldn't. Goku grabbed her shoulders and gazed deep into her eyes. Flashbacks of her dream entered her mind and Rias turned 50 shades of red. Why? Stuttered Rias, blushing heavily. Her mind went blank. Akino's presence had never been more inconvenient. Because someone doesn't belong here. Goku's eyes narrowed and he let out a soft, protective growl, pushing Rias behind him. I know you are outside. Show yourself. Wow, I thought we had hidden our energy quite well. But you found us the moment you entered. Outstanding, a voice echoed. A red circle materialized on the floor and started to glow. The light diminished to reveal a young man and woman, both smirking. The man looked like he was in his early 20s, with shoulder-length crimson hair and striking blue-green eyes that reminded Goku of Rias's. Come to think of it, this man bore a very uncanny resemblance to her, almost like the male version of Rias. The woman looked to be the same age as the man, silver hair that was flowed gracefully over her back with 2 braids at the sides knotted up with small blue bows. Her eyes were the same mesmerizing color as her hair. Oni-chan. Rias acknowledged, surprised by her brother's sudden appearance. What? He is your brother? Goku scratched the back of his neck, confused. It lasted not long, however, the resemblance was quite obvious. He noted that Akino bowed down to him. Hey, why are you bowing to him, Akino? Goku tried to whisper, but his voice resonated around the dead silent room. The Saiyan smiled nervously and everyone's gazes snapped towards him. Goku, this is my elder brother, Surzex Lucifer. Along with him is our most trusted maid, Graphia. As for your question, my brother is currently one of the 4 Satans of Hell. It is the highest rank in entire Hell. So it's not an unusual thing for lower devils to bow down to him. Even high-ranked devils bow down to him, explained Rias. Really? Wow, you look strong. Can we spar? Goku grinned excitedly. Are you out of your mind? Rias's eyes bugged out. She slapped the Saiyan at the back of his head. I apologize, but Graphia and I are just here to check out the situation. Maybe we could spar at a later date. Surzex replied, smiling politely. Oh, Goku frowned dejectedly, then perked up, turning towards the silver-haired woman. How about you? Will you spar with me? Didn't you hear what he just said? Akino pinched Goku's cheek and dragged him away, giving Graphia a sheepish smile. He was cute, sure, but Akino swore Goku sometimes had a rock for a brain. I don't believe you are here just to check up on me. What else is there? You won't just leave behind your bust schedule just for something as minor as this. Rias crossed her arms. Come on Rias, don't be so rude to your big brother, Surzex replied, his smile not very reassuring. I came all this way just to meet you. Before anyone could say anything further, Graphia stepped forward, her usual serious expression hanging on her face. We have came because there is a disturbance in the forces between Hell and Earth, caused by him. She pointed towards the oblivious Goku. Huh? What, me? Goku scratched his head quizzically. We have been keeping an eye on you from the day one. And dash. But before Graphia could complete, Surzex stopped here. That's enough. We don't want my sister's newest club member to think we are stalking him, do we? Surzex said gently, Goku, was it? Can I have a word with you in private? Goku nodded. The duo left the club, leaving the tension in the air. Rias narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Though she did trust her brother more than anyone, but the fact that Devil Council had been spying on Goku was making her uncomfortable. But there was nothing she could do about it. After few minutes, Goku and Surzex returned. But much to Rias's disappointment, neither of them had their usual carefree looks on their face. So? Rias bit out hesitantly. She wasn't sure she was ready to hear about what brought them down. Don't worry, Rias, it seems Goku is quite trustworthy. I'll tell everyone that he is neither a villain nor a threat. Surzex's smile returned to his face. Rias and Aquino let out similar sighs of relief. Anyways, we have to get going. Father and others might be getting impatient by now. Surzex grinned, as he and Graphia stepped back on the red circle. It lit up again. Oh, and one important thing Goku, the main reason I'm trusting in you is, because Rias completely trusts you. You better not break her trust or you'll dearly regret it. Surzex warned, his eyes flashing with the promise of pain should his words be ignored. Goku nodded sincerely. Well, that went better than we thought, Aquino shrugged. What did he tell outside the club? Rias prodded her friend for more information. Well, nothing much. He told me that I don't look like a bad guy. Oh, and he also told me some childhood incidents of yours. Goku grinned mischievously at the last part. Rias turned red in anger and embarrassment as she realized that her brother had told her crush something far more personal than the mission. Oh, really? Can you tell me too? Aquino, now very interested, bounded over with an evil smirk. When Rias was 7, she'd dash. There nothing about it. We'll be late for school if we waste time in silly things, interrupted Rias, as she punched Goku hard in the stomach, making him gasp for air. Anyways, I need all of you to meet me at night, near the easternmost part of this town. Rias informed, especially you and Issei, Goku. Why? We'll show the fighting system of devils to the newbies, which are you and Issei. Rias asked. Really? That's amazing. Goku's face lit up, like he had just gotten the best Christmas present ever. If you were right and he has power equal to an ultimate devil, do you think the hunt will be of any challenge to him? Whispered Aquino. Eh? Ah, you are right. I didn't think about that. Rias sweat dropped, seeing Goku all pumped up. Rias. His words could be heard clearly in the whole room. Yet, the only reply he got was silence. Silence, even though the person he called was still in the room. Rias, called the scion, trying to get her attention. Sure, silence was something that quite accompanied him most of his life while living in mountains, but this was different. He knew that she was mad about something. There she was, standing in front of the window, looking outside as the last rays of sun fell majestically on her beautiful hair. He would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't find her attractive at all. But, such concerns could be addressed another time perhaps. The scion turned his head towards the other person in the room, Issei. As he made eye contact with Goku, the only reply he gave was a shrug of shoulders, clearly understanding what he was asking for. He couldn't dare to mutter anything in Scion's defense even if he wanted to, especially not when Rias was this mad. Read dash. Issei, tell Goku that I have no desire of talking to him, said Rias, interrupting the scion. but Ria dash. Did you even listen to what I just said? Shouted Rias in anger, surprising Goku. Haha, is that so? You should have told me that before. I was getting hungry anyway, chuckled Goku sadly as he walked out of the room. Don't you think that was too harsh? Asked Issei. Sure, he didn't like Goku much, but even he couldn't deny that he preferred his childish and goofy personality. I know, but he has to learn, replied Rias. She knew that what she did was wrong and even rude. But it was necessary for Goku to understand. To understand Devil's rule and this new world. Her eyes softened a little. Perhaps she was a bit too rude. The previous day. Rias, senpai, I'm, back, said an exhausted Issei who just came back from finishing his task. So-called tasks, which included delivery and fulfilling humans' stupid desires, were not exactly what he thought about when the word devil's task came to his mind. Maybe that was something he had to go through first, being on a low devil level. But no matter what, he would surpass Goku. It was funny that this idiot had the same name as his favorite hero, and won Ria's heart. Oh good, you made it back, just in time, said Rice, acknowledging his presence. I was just talking with Goku about your new task. Yo! Goku waved with famous sun grin on his face. New delivery tasks, guessed Issei lazily as he laid on the floor. These tasks were really hard, especially when he was too weak to fly or even use a teleportation circle. And something was even weird in finding human contractors. No. This time I just want you to spend some friendly time with Goku. You are both new here and you rarely speak to him, told Rias. Is this really necessary? I don't want to be stuck with this idiot, whined Issei, clearly not wanting to spend any time with the scion. Hey, that wasn't very nice, pouted Goku. Now, Issei, being on a mutual understanding with her teammates is important for a devil. Especially during raiding games, informed Rias and continued future before either of the boys could raise their hand. Raiding games are popular, friendly battles among the devil groups in order to raise their rank and fame. That's all you need to know for now. Somewhere in town. So Goku, tell me, what do you like to do during your free time? Asked Issei, sitting on a bench alongside Goku. Fighting and eating, replied Goku with a smile. Okawae, anything else? Fighting strong opponents, replied Goku happily. Alright, between us men, what kind of girl would you prefer to fuck if given the chance? Said Issei, hoping to get a different answer from Goku. What do you mean by that? Asked Goku innocently. I mean what kind you would like to bang? Asked Issei again only to get a confused look from Goku. Seriously, he couldn't understand what girls found attractive about this knucklehead, especially Ria senpai and Akino senpai. I mean with big breast or small? Big ass or small? Asked Issei, making lewd faces and gestures which Goku only compared to Master Roshi. I don't know. The biggest breast I have touched so far are Rias, replied Goku honestly. What? Shouted Issei in utter shock as if struck by lightning. This couldn't be real. They were really big and soft. I don't know how she is able to fight with them, wondered Goku, but sweat dropped as he saw Issei. I hate, you, said Issei, depressed as he started sulking on the ground. It was as if all the colors from his life were drained out. Those boobs were his dreams. That guy touched them before him. His whole life was meaningless now. Hi you. Both boys heard a sudden voice behind them. There was also the sound of something dropping on the ground. When Issei turned around, there was a sister on the floor. She spreaded her arms wide open and had her face on the ground. That certainly was a clumsy way of falling down. Even dumber than Goku. Hey, are you okay? Issei approached the sister and gave her his hand so she could stand up. You. Why do I keep on tripping over? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Judging by her voice, she was young. She seemed to be the same age as Issei. Issei took her hand to lift her up. With a strong breeze, the sister's veil flew away. Her blonde hair, which had been hidden underneath, fell down onto her shoulders. Her straight blonde hair was sparkling with the sunshine's light. Issei's eyes moved towards her face. His heart skipped a beat. A blonde-hair beauty was standing in front of him. Her green eyes looked so beautiful that it felt like he would be sucked into it. For a while, he was staring at her. Is something wrong?" asked the sister, looking directly into his eyes with a worried expression. Sorry. Issei couldn't speak clearly. There was no way that he could tell her how fascinated he was about her. Rather, he thought that this girl might be it. Yeah, he was thinking about that. Yes, that. She looks exactly like his ideal girl. Of course he had only one girlfriend in his entire life, only to be killed by her, so of course Issei was attracted to her. It felt like he needed to continue talking to her. The traveling bag she was carrying on her shoulder now came up to his eyes. Now that he thought about it, it was a rare occasion to see a nun in town. It was actually his first time seeing one. Goku titled his head in confusion. He couldn't understand why Issei stared at the girl for so long. Looking at her on the floor, he saw her veil and picked it up before handing it to her. "Oh, thank you so much, sir," said the sister as Goku smiled in return. "Tea traveling?" asked Issei with a little blush on his face. "No, that's not it. I was appointed to the church and this must be a local." "It's a pleasure to meet you," she said, bowing her head. Being sent to the church of this town. Staff reassignment? Looks like the church was also having a tough time. I have been in trouble since I got here. I can't speak Japanese that well, I was lost and other people couldn't understand what I was saying." She held her hand together in front of her chest and looked really sad. Due to his new devil blood, Issei was able to understand several languages including English. As for Goku, surprisingly enough, he could understand it too. Thanks to his childhood training with Master Roshi, he was indeed able to understand English too. S/N, can you guys guess the chapter? "I think I might know where the church is," said Issei. "Why you do?" Thank you. "This is all thanks to God," she smiled at him with tears falling from her eyes. Issei couldn't help but admire her beauty. But when he looked at the rosario, glowing on her chest, it gave him an extremely bad feeling. Well, of course it had to, since he was a devil. She was the type of human that he shouldn't talk to or get involved with. But he couldn't leave a girl in alone and in trouble. That is how Issei took this sister to the church with Goku following behind, as he was not familiar to the town either. On their way to the church, they went past a park. What they heard was the cry of a young boy. "Are you alright, Yoshikuin?" The boy was with his mum. It was nothing serious, the boy seemed to have just tripped over. But suddenly, the sister who was walking behind them a minute ago, was walking towards the park. "Hey!" The sister went inside the park and towards the boy who was sitting down, crying. Confused, both Issei and Goku followed the sister. "Are you okay?" "Boys with a minor injury like this shouldn't cry," smiled the sister as she pat the boy's head gently. "Rias." His words could be heard clearly in the whole room. Yet, the only reply he got was silence. Silence, even though the person he called was still in the room. "Rias, Rias," called the scion, trying to get her attention. Sure, silence was something that quite accompanied him most of his life while living in mountains, but this was different. He knew that she was mad about something. There she was, standing in front of the window, looking outside as the last rays of sun fell majestically on her beautiful hair. He would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't find her attractive at all. But, such concerns could be addressed another time perhaps. The scion turned his head towards the other person in the room, Issei. As he made eye contact with Goku, the only reply he gave was a shrug of shoulders, clearly understanding what he was asking for. He couldn't dare to mutter anything in Scion's defense even if he wanted to, especially not when Rias was this mad. Read dash. Issei, tell Goku that I have no desire of talking to him, said Rias, interrupting the scion. But Ria dash. Did you even listen to what I just said? Shouted Rias in anger, surprising Goku. Haha, is that so? You should have told me that before, I was getting hungry anyway, chuckled Goku sadly as he walked out of the room. Don't you think that was too harsh? Asked Issei. Sure, he didn't like Goku much, but even he couldn't deny that he preferred his chilled Issei-chan goofy personality. I know, but he has to learn, replied Rias. She knew that what she did was wrong and even rude. But it was necessary for Goku to understand. To understand Devil's rule and this new world. Her eyes softened a little. Perhaps she was a bit too rude. The previous day. Rias, senpai, I'm, back, said an exhausted Issei who just came back from finishing his task. So-called tasks, which included delivery and fulfilling humans' stupid desires, were not exactly what he thought about when the word devil's task came to his mind. Maybe that was something he had to go through first, being on a low devil level. But no matter what, he would surpass Goku. It was funny that this idiot had the same name as his favorite hero, and won Rias' heart. Oh good, you made it back just in time, said Rice, acknowledging his presence. I was just talking with Goku about your new task. Yo! Goku waved with famous sun grin on his face. New delivery tasks, guessed Issei lazily as he laid on the floor. These tasks were really hard, especially when he was too weak to fly or even use a teleportation circle. And something was even weird in finding human contractors. No. This time I just want you to spend some friendly time with Goku. You are both new here and you rarely speak to him, told Rias. Is this really necessary? I don't want to be stuck with this idiot, whined Issei, clearly not wanting to spend any time with the scion. Hey, that wasn't very nice, pouted Goku. Now, Issei, being on a mutual understanding with her teammates is important for a devil. Especially during raiding games, informed Rias and continued future before either of the boys could raise their hand. Raiding games are popular, friendly battles among the devil groups in order to raise their rank and fame. That's all you need to know for now. Somewhere in town. So Goku, tell me, what do you like to do during your free time? Asked Issei, sitting on a bench alongside Goku. Fighting and eating, replied Goku with a smile. Okawae, anything else? Fighting strong opponents, replied Goku happily. Alright, between us men, what kind of girl would you prefer to fuck if given the chance? Said Issei, hoping to get a different answer from Goku. What do you mean by that? Asked Goku innocently. I mean what kind you would like to bang? Asked Issei again, only to get a confused look from Goku. Seriously, he couldn't understand what girls found attractive about this knucklehead, especially Ria senpai and Akino senpai. I mean with big breast or small? Big ass or small? Asked Issei, making lewd faces and gestures which Goku only compare to Master Roshi. I don't know. The biggest breast I have touched so far are Rias, replied Goku honestly. What? Shouted Issei in utter shock as if struck by lightning. This couldn't be real. They were really big and soft. I don't know how she is able to fight with them, wondered Goku, but sweat dropped as he saw Issei. I hate, you, said Issei, depressed as he started sulking on the ground. It was as if all the colors from his life were drained out. Those boobs were his dreams. That guy touched them before him. His whole life was meaningless now. Hi you. Both boys heard a sudden voice behind them. There was also the sound of something dropping on the ground. When Issei turned around, there was a sister on the floor. She spreaded her arms wide open and had her face on the ground. That certainly was a clumsy way of falling down. Even dumber than Goku. Hey, are you okay? Issei approached the sister and gave her his hand so she could stand up. Hey you. Why do I keep on tripping over? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Judging by her voice, she was young. She seemed to be the same age as Issei. Issei took her hand to lift her up. With a strong breeze, the sister's veil flew away. Her blonde hair, which had been hidden underneath, fell down onto her shoulders. Her straight blonde hair was sparkling with the sunshine's light. Issei's eyes moved towards her face. His heart skipped a beat. A blonde-hair beauty was standing in front of him. Her green eyes looked so beautiful that it felt like he would be sucked into it. For a while, he was staring at her. Is something wrong?" asked the sister, looking directly into his eyes with a worried expression. Sorry. Issei couldn't speak clearly. There was no way that he could tell her how fascinated he was about her. Rather, he thought that this girl might be it. Yeah, he was thinking about that. Yes, that. She looks exactly like his ideal girl. Of course he had only one girlfriend in his entire life, only to be killed by her, so of course Issei was attracted to her. It felt like he needed to continue talking to her. The traveling bag she was carrying on her shoulder now came up to his eyes. Now that he thought about it, it was a rare occasion to see a nun in town. It was actually his first time seeing one. Goku titled his head in confusion. He couldn't understand why Issei stared at the girl for so long. Looking at her on the floor, he saw her veil and picked it up before handing it to her. "Oh, thank you so much, sir," said the sister as Goku smiled in return. "Tea traveling?" asked Issei with a little blush on his face. "No, that's not it. I was appointed to the church and this must be a local." "It's a pleasure to meet you," she said, bowing her head. Being sent to the church of this town. Staff reassignment? Looks like the church was also having a tough time. I have been in trouble since I got here. I can't speak Japanese that well, I was lost and other people couldn't understand what I was saying." She held her hand together in front of her chest and looked really sad. Due to his new devil blood, Issei was able to understand several languages including English. As for Goku, surprisingly enough, he could understand it too. Thanks to his childhood training with Master Roshi, he was indeed able to understand English too. S/N, can you guys guess the chapter? "I think I might know where the church is," said Issei. "Why you do?" Thank you. "This is all thanks to God," she smiled at him with tears falling from her eyes. Issei couldn't help but admire her beauty. But when he looked at the rosario, glowing on her chest, it gave him an extremely bad feeling. Well, of course it had to, since he was a devil. She was the type of human that he shouldn't talk to or get involved with. But he couldn't leave a girl in alone and in trouble. That is how Issei took this sister to the church with Goku following behind, as he was not familiar to the town either. On their way to the church, they went past a park. What they heard was the cry of a young boy. "Are you alright, Yoshikuin?" The boy was with his mum. It was nothing serious, the boy seemed to have just tripped over. But suddenly, the sister who was walking behind them a minute ago, was walking towards the park. "Hey!" The sister went inside the park and towards the boy who was sitting down, crying. Confused, both Issei and Goku followed the sister. "Are you okay?" "Boys with a minor injury like this shouldn't cry," smiled the sister as she pat the boy's head gently. The boy probably didn't understand what she was saying. But the sister had a very kind expression. The sister put her palm where the boy had injured himself. The next moment, a green lighted orb appeared from the sister's palm and was flashing onto the boy's knee. What was that? Demonic powers? Rice asked, as it could only be used by devils and someone related to devils. This couldn't be. When Issei looked carefully, the boy's injury started to disappear. Something appeared in his mind. Probably a scared gear. When he looked again, the boy's injury was gone without even a mark left. That was amazing. Goku was also impressed by her ability, even though they had senzu beans in his world, but healing wounds with energy was something quite different. This might also be the power of a sacred gear, it must be many different type. The boy's mother was also in shock. Here, your wounds are healed. The pain should be gone now. The sister pat the boy's head and looked at Goku and Issei. I'm sorry. But I had to. She laughed while sticking her tongue out. The boy's mother, who was shocked before, shook her head and then grabbed her son's hand so they could leave. Thank you, Wani-chan, said boy looking at her. He said, thank you Wani-chan. She smiled happily after Issei translated for her. That power. Yes, it's the power to heal. It's a wonderful power that God gave me, she said looking a bit sad, even though she was smiling. To Goku, it seemed like she had some dark past or something. He could sense it but decided not to get too involved into it considering the situation. Issei wanted to tell her about his gear too but decided to keep it a secret as it might have made the situation worse, especially when he had to pose for Kamehameha to activate it. The conversation ended there, and the group continued walking towards the church. They reached an old church after walking for a few minutes. Chills. Issei had chills, and sweats were coming out of his body. It had been like this before. But Goku seemed fine since he was not one of them. He knew it. He was a devil, so the church, which belongs to God and the angels, would be enemies' territory for him. Even Rias had said that he should never get too close from a church or a shrine. Yes, this is the place. I'm so glad. The sister had a sigh of relief after confirming their location with the help of the map she had. It was a waste to say goodbye to a beauty like her, but Issei knew that it wouldn't work. He was a devil and she was a nun after all. Love between people from different camps may sound romantic, but this would be a different. It would be because he was getting really scared of the church. His whole body wouldn't stop shaking. Signs of fear must be a special trait to the devils. It felt like he was a frog being watched by a snake. No, he couldn't stay here, he was almost in enemy's territory. One more step and he would be in great danger. Then I'll be on my way. Issei bid his farewell and tried to leave, but the sister's words stopped him. Please, wait. I would like to make you some tea to express my gratitude since you brought me here. Oh, I'm in a rush so I have to get going, said Issei, trying his best to stay away from the crutch. But that's... The girl looked troubled. She probably wanted to make them some tea to thank them, but drinking tea there would be dangerous. It was a shame, but he had to refuse. Even Goku understood that. My name is Hayadu Issei. Everyone around me calls me Ise. So you can call me Ise as well, said Issei smiling. I'm Son Goku. You can call me Goku. When they gave her their name, the girl responded with a smile. My name is Asia Argento. Please call me Asia. Then, Sister Asia, let's meet again sometime, said Issei as he began to leave. Yes. Ise-san, I will definitely come and see you, said Asia bowing her head down. Issei left the place after waving a hand towards her. He understood that she was a good girl and that this meeting might be their fateful destiny. It was almost like a hero leaving his girl for the sake of her safety. It was the best for the both of them. Bye, Issei. See you later, waved Goku. Bye, Goku, replied Issei happily as he continued to walk away. Asia, going to church with Goku, huh? Such a nice thing. With Goku? Goku, crutch? Wait a second. Stop there, you idiot. Where are you going? Shouted Issei while running back to Goku to grab his arm. I'm going to the crutch, replied Goku. You can't go there. But Asia promised me some food, protested Goku. No you can't, shouted Issei as he tried to pull Goku away but was repelled because of the church's proximity. I'll meet you at the club later. Smiled Goku as he entered the church alongside Asia. Stop. That was my moment. Why do you always get my girls, said Issei as comical tears rolled down his eyes. You are a monster. A few hours later. Don't ever get close to the church again. Both Issei and Goku were being scolded by Rias in the club's room. Her expression looked more serious than usual. To us devils, the church is enemy's territory. Just stepping into it can cause a rift between the devils and God. Since it was an act of kindness by taking the nun to the church, they didn't harm you, but the angels are always on the lookout. You were in a situation where it wouldn't be strange for them to hit you with a spear of light, explained Rias, while looking at Issei. Now that Issei thought about it, the chills he felt before weren't normal. He only felt fear at that time. It might be his way of detecting danger and his instinct as a devil telling him that he was in a dangerous situation. Don't get involved with people from the church. Especially not the exorcists who are our biggest enemy. They could easily eliminate us since their powers are born by the prayers made to God. Even less if it is an exorcist with a sacred gear. That would be the same as standing on the edge of death, ise, continued Rias looking at him directly with her blue eyes while pushing away her crimson hair. Her eyes were serious, so Goku knew she wasn't joking. It was the first time he saw her like that. Why yes, replied Issei. You could avoid death as a human by being resurrected as a devil. But devils who are exorcised are completely exterminated. They return to being nothing. Nothing. There is nothing left and you feel nothing. Do you know how serious that is? Ria shook her head after seeing Goku and Issei's confused faces. I'm sorry. I got too heated. Anyway, be careful from now on. Yes, replied Issei, bowing down his head. That goes for you too, Goku, said Rias. Okay, but it was a really beautiful crutch inside. They gave me food and snacks. And there is even hot water tubs there, explained Goku as he started to drool, thinking about food again. Wait. What? You went inside the church, shouted Rias, causing Goku to flinch. Goku gulped in fear as Rias seemed even more furious than before. Hell, even Chi-Chi wasn't as scary as she was. Do you have any idea what you did? Demanded Rias as she slammed her fists on the desk. Your actions could have caused chaos in this town. But Rias dash. Don't you, but me, said Rias in anger. I don't think I will be able to put up you if you start doing such stupid stunts. I don't want to act on your own unless you completely understand about Devil's rules. This is your first and last warning. Do you understand that? In response, Sion only nodded as he didn't want to make her more mad. I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's almost the time, said Aquino as she entered in the room. Time for what? Asked Issei. For hunt. At night. Alright, I can't wait to fight some strong enemies, said Goku in excitement while Aquino was giving a smile to Rias, which she could catch even miles away. She was just teasing her, but Aquino was right. For someone with Goku's power, this would be a way too easy task, too damn easy. Catching Goku off guard, right now, also seemed like a bad idea. So who are we fighting? Asked Goku. A stray, replied Kiba. What's that? Asked Issei. The devil who was turned into a servant devil of a devil with a peerage, but who betrayed or killed its master. Cases like that rarely occur. The devil's power are enormous here. You can't even compare it to when you were human. There will always be those who choose to use that power for their own self-interests. Devils leave their master's place and cause destruction at different locations. That is a stray devil, explained Rias. In other words, a stray dog. Stray dogs create trouble. When found, the master or the other devils are ordered to eliminate them. That is the law among the devils, explained Rias. Other beings such as angels and fallen angels see them as threats and they will eliminate the stray devils whenever they are found. There is nothing scarier than a devil who does not abide to any rule. But why are they considered dangerous? Asked Issei. Because they have lost the ability to reason. They will attack and eat anything that moves, humans and devils alike, answered Aniko smiling. The way Aquino explained it, the whole situation with the strays, while smiling, was enough to scare Issei. He wasn't a powerful devil, heck he was not even equal to a normal devil, let alone a start devil. Goku, I don't think why the hell are you drooling, shouted Issei as he saw Goku drooling, lost in his own thought. Huh? Oh sorry, I was just imagining how strong the stray devil might be if he is that dangerous, smiled Goku as the whole group sweat dropped. This is not good, commented Akino. Certainly not, replied Rias as they were both sweating. A few minutes, Goku went to the abandoned building located at the outskirt of town, along with Rias, Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko. It was midnight. It was a world possessed by the darkness. There was a lot of tall grass surrounding him, but he could see the abandoned building in the horizon. The place seems to be quite haunted, assumed Goku as he heard Issei's leg shaking, clearly even if it was not audible to the other members of their group. Science always had an extraordinary sense of smell and hearing. It reminded him so much of Gohan when he was little, always scared of dark places. Oh how he missed his home and family. Back to the matter in hand, according to the rumors, every night a stray devil was luring humans to the building to feed on them. As such, there was a request from the high-class devil to hunt them. Since it escaped to Rias Grummary's territory, I would like to ask you to eliminate it. Apparently, this was also one of the devil's jobs. Eating a human. There are evil devils like that as well. No, naturally, devils were like that. During his time as a kid, he did heard about demons and devils like that but never met one before. Smells of blood. Kaneko-chan covered her nose with her uniform after she said that. The smell of blood, thought Issei as he couldn't smell anything. Goku waved, impressed by Kaneko-chan's good sense of smell. It all becomes quiet. Issei and Goku felt the presence of an enemy nearby, and its intent to kill them wasn't normal. Its ki wasn't as evil as Frieza, but was more bloodthirsty. I see, Goku, it's a good opportunity to experience what it's like to fight, said Rias. Wait, are you serious? I'm pretty sure that I won't be of much use, panicked Issei. Yes. It's still impossible now. She said it looking straight at him to his despair, but you can watch what a devil's battle is like. Today, just concentrate and look at the way we fight. Oh, and I will also explain the traits that the servants have. Explain? The servants have traits? Issei shot a confused look, but Rias continued. Devils, who are the masters, give traits to those who will become their servants. Yes, it's probably about time I explain this, and also the devil's history. Rias starts to explain the current devil's situation as they entered in the building. Long time ago, there was a three-sided war between the devils, the fallen angels, and God with its angels' followers. All three sides had a large army and they fought for almost eternity. As a result, all three sides lost most of their troops and the war finished several hundred years ago with no side winning. Kiba continues after Rias. The devils were no exception. Big devils with peerage who commanded about 20 or 30 troops and they lost most of their underlings because of the war. They lost so many that they couldn't even form new armies. Akino continues on from there. I heard that most of the pure devils passed away in that war. Even after the war, there are still problems between the devils, the fallen angels, and God. Even though the fallen angels and God's side also lost most of their troops, we are still in a position where we can't let our guard down, or else we will be in trouble. Then, Rias speaks again. Then, the devils decided to use a system to form a small group of soldiers. And that is the evil peace. Evil peace? Asked Issei. It was going to get complicated, but it looked like Issei knew he had to listen to it seriously. Devils with peerage decided to use the traits of the humans' game called chess to their servant devils. It was also sarcasm, because most of the servants were devils that were reincarnated from humans. Since then, chess became a popular game in the devil's world. We'll leave that aside. There are devils who are masters, king. In our case, that is me. From there, they created 5 special traits that consist of queen, knight, rook, bishop, and pawn. Since they couldn't make an army, they decided to have a small number of devils and give them enormous powers. This system was made in the past few hundred years, and became unexpectedly popular amongst devils with peerage. Popular? You mean the chess rule? Asked Issei. They started to compete against each other. For example, like, my knight is stronger, or no, my rook is stronger. As a result, high-class devils started to play a game like that of chess against each other using their servant devils. We call it the rating game. Anyway, this game became very popular amongst the devils. Now, there are even tournaments for it. The strength of their pieces, and also how strong they are at the game affects the devil's social position, and their peerage. There is a thing called piece collect, where they gather humans with talents and make them into their pieces. It's very popular recently. Talented servants become their status. Goku was even more lost than Issei, but what he could understand was that being strong in that game means that you are a splendid devil. It also becomes your pride. Sounds somewhat similar to science. Sure, it was complicated. But at the same time, he was hoping to participate in such game. I'm not a mature devil yet, so I can't participate in the official tournament. Even if I could, there are things that I need to go through, or else I can't play. In short, Ise and my other servants here won't be participating in a game for a while. So does that mean that Kiba and the others haven't played in that game yet? Asked Goku. Yeah. Kiba answered his question. Bucho, what is my role and traits? And what piece am I? Asked Issei. Ise, you are. Rias stopped there. Goku knew the reason why. That's because of the presence of the enemy, and its intent to kill became much stronger. There was something approaching them. Even a guy like Issei, who just turned into a devil, knew it. I can smell something disgusting. But I can also smell something delicious. Is it sweet? Or is it sour? A low voice, which was coming from below the ground. Stray Devil Vizer. We are here to eliminate you, announced Rias. The abnormal laughter echoes around them. Goku couldn't help but being confused at the laughter. That wasn't a human's laugh. It also wasn't a devil's as far as he knew, even though he knew only 5 of them. A topless woman appears from the shadow. But the woman's body was floating. A heavy footsteps echoed in the whole building. The next thing that appeared was the body of a gigantic beast. It was a grotesque being with an unnatural form having a woman's upper body and the lower body of a monster. It was holding something that looks like a spear in both of its lower body. Of the monster has 4 fat legs with sharp claws. There was a tail attached to the beast. From the size of it, it was definitely more than 5 meters tall. If it had been standing on his legs, it would have been much bigger. Either way, Goku was confused. He knew it was a monster. But was this thing also a devil? So that's what Stray Devil looks like. Even though he has seen many beasts in his life, but this one was something else. Devils are really weird. Leaving your master's side and rampaging as you please definitely deserve death. In the name of Duke Gremory, I will gladly eliminate you, said Rice. You are cunning for a little Garou. I will rip your body, and color it in red just like your hair. The monster barked, but Rias just laughs with her nose. Grunts sure do speak in a stylish manner. Yuto. Yes. Kiba replied as he dashed forward for an attack but stopped in mid-tracks as the monster was nowhere in sight. Look, guys. I already defeated it, said Goku from the left side, weaving his hand standing over the unconscious body of Stray Devil. The whole group had their jaws hitting the floor. Kiba was speechless. He was the fastest member in his group, but he never saw Goku moving even an inch. This kind of speed was just ridiculous. Issei was in complete shock. The beast which could squash him in a heartbeat was defeated by this guy. This guy standing in front of him was his self-proclaimed rival, yet the difference between them seems infinite. Kenko knew that the Stray Devil was not much of a threat, but the look on Kiba's face told her that this new guy is something not to overlook. It seems that you won't get to see the hunt and fighting style of devils today, said Rice, regaining her composure. To that, Issei could barely nod. Era, I told you so, chuckled Akino as Rias groaned in reply. This beast wasn't really that strong. Was it the dangerous enemy you were talking about? Asked Goku. No. Really not. This T-thing is just his pawn. The real one escaped when you were fighting his pawn. Rias lied. Really? Was he that fast? Asked Goku in awe. Yes. He is that fast and strong. In fact, he can actually defeat you in a second. Rias lied some more, sweating nervously. Wow. Now I really want to fight this enemy. Where can I find him? Asked Goku, even more excited than before. A real enemy so strong and fast that he couldn't even feel his presence or see him at all. Amazing indeed. That guy is very hard to find, Goku. If you hadn't interfered, we might have caught him. Rias blamed on Goku. Oh, I'm really sorry then, Rias. I will be careful next time, apologized Goku, bowing down. Issei couldn't help but facepalm at how naive and stupid Goku could be. Even a child could clearly see through that lie. And this is his self-proclaimed rival, how absurd. Hey Aniko, why is Rias lying to Goku? Asked Issei in a low voice. Since Rias belongs to one of highest-ranked devil clan, admitting that she was hunting a low-level enemy such as a stray devil would be against her pride, especially in front of a newbie, whispered Akino. Oh, I see. Anyways, back to matter at hand, it's time to put it out of its misery, said Rias as she created a big sphere of energy in her hand. But before she hit the beast with the attack, Goku swatted her hand in opposite direction, causing the energy ball to hit the roof, much to Rias and the others' disbelief. Goku, what are you doing? Asked a bewildered Rias. That's what I want to ask. That attack was going to kill it, said Goku, clearly unhappy. And? Your point is? We don't have to kill it. If you kill it now, it won't make anything better. Enough with this bullshit, yelled Rias in frustration, for fuck's sake, do you even know how many innocent people it killed and how many more it will kill if we don't end it here? How could you let someone who killed innocent people go away just like that? They will do it again when given the chance. No, I can't let you do that, said Goku, standing in front of her. I can't have this stupid conversation now. Get out of the way. No. This is not what I thought when you dash. When I said hunt? What else do you expect? Play cards with this thing? Do you even remember what I told you about not acting on your own? Asked Rias as her anger was building up. Yes, but I can't let you do that, told Goku with seriousness. Out of my way. Rias shoved Goku aside, but what she found was beyond her belief. Her anger intensifying by the fact that the beast was not longer there. How could a low-life stray dog escape during their hunt? What would other devils say? That the member of so-called Gremory family wasn't able to defeat a stray devil? Where is it? Shouted Rias. We're sorry, Rias, but we were as shocked as you by Goku's action. We didn't even see it leave, apologized Akino for the whole group. Don't worry, assured Goku, I'm prompt dash. Slap. The sound echoed through the entire building. Issei, Kiba, and others could only watch in surprise as it was the first time their master ever slapped someone. Rias, I dash. Just keep it to yourself, Goku, I don't want to listen to any of your babbling. You seriously disappointed me, told Rias as she prepared to leave. Goku was shocked at the sudden outburst of Rias. He was doing what was right. What he always thought was right. Unnecessary death was something he couldn't withstand. It was really rude of her to do that, and even hurt his emotions. But thinking her words through, he realized the truth. Maybe she is right. Maybe he is too forgiving and soft. In the past, it was his own naiveness that put his friend's life at risk and even got Krillin killed. Akino gave Sion a sympathetic look before leaving him to his own thoughts and realization. And then he said, I don't need this. I only care about food. The collective laugh of group echoed throughout the room. Even Goku couldn't help but laugh at his childhood adventures, which were being told by Master Roshi. All of his childhood friends were gathered at Kami House and enjoying the lunch. He was always like that, carefree and kind-hearted, though sometime greedy to fight. Krillin chuckled. Yeah. Even a beautiful woman like me couldn't seduce him to give us his Dragon Ball, Bulma interjected, before drinking the last sips of wine. Huh, that's some dangerous level of self-confidence you got in your beauty, commented Yamcha. He was sitting next to Tien while Puar floating near his head. Yeah, and who was the one begging me to not break up our relationship? Bulma countered, venomously, making Yamcha sweat nervously, only to have the gang break into another fit of laughter. A few minutes later, Goku sat up and started to head outside. Goku, where are you going? What's the hurry? You just came here, asked Master Roshi, concerned about his former student's early departure. Oh, I'm just going to do some training. After all, I don't want to fall behind in the next World Martial Arts Tournament, replied Goku as he headed outside. His sight was met with palm trees, sand, and vast ocean. A smile formed on his face as he took a long breath. He still remembered himself and Krillin training alongside Master Roshi every day until their legs gave out. Just like the good old days. Then, Goku's expression turned serious as he powered up, making his white aura dance surrounding him. He cupped both of his hands near his hips. Kame, Hame, Hiya. He yelled as he moves his arms to his front. A blue wave of energy shoot towards the ocean, almost splitting it in half. Taking a moment to compose himself, Goku readied himself to another wave of practice for his signature Kamehame, but he was interrupted by Krillin before he could continue his practice. You sure do take your training seriously, said Krillin, looking at the huge waves caused by the attack. You know me. I love to train, to fight more stronger guys, Goku replied with signature sun grin. Yeah, you science and your crazy lust for battles. Krillin remarked, sweat dropping from his forehead. It sure was hot out here. Hey Krillin, do you think I'm too easygoing on my enemies? Asked Goku as his expressions suddenly turned soft and thoughtful. Well, justice and forgiveness is subjective if you ask me. You can be quite forgiving at times, maybe partially because of how you were taught and partially because of your Saiyan heritage, to fight only strong opponents, Krillin responded after pondering his friend's question for a moment. With a smile he turned his head towards sky, but that uniqueness is what makes you Goku. But it was his forgiveness which caused other pain and backfired at him. Tao Pai took advantage of this, even Raditz, his own brother, took advantage of it. Because of easy forgiveness, even that stray Devi dash. Suddenly a small current of pain went through Goku. He shook his head, trying to ignore it. But why such a question? You are not the type to ask such things. Krillin asked, suddenly being rather thoughtful himself. It's because yesterday. Without warning, the pain in his head intensified, causing the Saiyan to drop on his knees. Goku. Are you alright? Krillin asked, his voice full of worry. Yesterday, I was. The pain grew in intensity and he started panting. Krillin. Krillin? Goku's expression turned into that of confusion. What? What is it, Goku? Are you okay? No. It can't be, exclaimed Goku as realization struck him. You were killed, on Namek. What are you saying? But I'm right here, a confused Krillin responded. No, I am remembering now. You were killed by Frieza. I defeated him, yet I saved him, despite that. But then planet exploded, and then I was on some other Earth where I met Rias. All at once his head was flooded with old memories. Memories of Krillin's death, him turning into a Super Saiyan, escaping explosion, meeting Rias, Aquino, and the others. Who are you? Asked Goku in a serious tone as he stood up, fixing a serious glare on a very nervous and confused Krillin. What are you talking about? I'm Krillin. Don't you remember? Said Krillin, sweating nervously. Goku was acting rather peculiar. No, you are not Krillin. The Krillin I knew was killed by Frieza. Goku said those last words in a painful voice, just above a whisper. No, I'm Krillin. Just standing in front of you, insisted Krillin. No, you are not. Now that I sense it, your energy is far different than Krillin. Who are you? Dear, oh dear. What was it? The pain? The memories? Or own intelligence? Oh, it doesn't matter, now that it already has come to this. Krillin suddenly smirked evilly. His whole demeanor changed. Suddenly, the earth itself started to tremble, the sky turned black and the ocean surface started to have groan and crack. What is this place? Who are you? What is happening? A confused and angry Goku shouted. He had been tricked. No need to get angry now, Goku. This place is called Realms of Dreams. As for me, I'm the guardian of this place. Assigned to keep you here forever. I have taken the form of Krillin through your memories, a sinisterly smiling Krillin informed him. Sorry to tell you, but you can't keep me here, said Goku as he readied himself for fight, but then the guardian started laughing, making Goku wondered if he said something funny. Oh no. I think you are misunderstanding. I told you I'm a guardian, but in no ways I'm a fighter. My work was only limited to keep you trapped here, without you actually realizing it, the guardian proclaimed in an ominous voice. Hearing this, Goku decided to drop his guard, but there was one thing he wasn't sure about. How do I get out of here? I need to go back to the real world. Don't worry, you will be sent back. You see, in your normal state, your energy was so high that this realm was barely keeping itself from crumbling in. But when you started training, it was too much for it to handle. So now it is trying to send you back, the guardian explained calmly as the ground shook even more. I see. I have to say you did act exactly like Krillin, even I couldn't tell the difference. Goku marveled in an impressed tone. I'm a manifestation of Krillin from your memories. In short, you can say I'm Krillin as you see him, replied Krillin with a gentle smile. You are a very kind person, Goku. I can tell that after reading your memories. Please don't blame yourself for Krillin's death. But it was my fault. Even Piccolo and Rias told me I'm too forgiving. If I would dash. But before Goku could continue, his vision faded to black as his consciousness closed in on him. Back to Rias' group. Watch out, Kiba. Akino shouted to him. He barely managed to dodge multiple energy spears. The next instant he felt a punch connecting with his face, which sent him flying straight into Akino. After taking such a severe hit, both of them fell to the floor, completely unconscious. Right now, Rias and her group were hunting 2 stray devils. Much to their bad luck, these 2 devils turned out to be far stronger than what they had been previously told. Did you pick up any trails on Goku's energy? Asked Rias, putting her every ounce of her energy into the barrier she had erected in order to protect herself and Kanika. Kanika shook her head in disapproval, as even after trying her hardest to pick up on Goku's energy, she remained unsuccessful in locating him. Where are you, Goku? Rias murmured to herself. Your friend ain't returning from where I sent him, said the first stray devil in cocky voice as he grabbed Akino by her leg, hurling her at Kubo, and the collision knocked both of them out. We have wasted enough time on them. Let's finish this, said the second devil as he created multiple energy spears and threw them at Rias, shattering her barrier in an instant. You did well, despite being so young. Too bad you were assigned to kill us, said the second stray as he summoned more spears to finish them. But before anyone else could make another move, a portal ripped opened out of nowhere in front of Rias, and the Scion, who everyone thought was gone, appeared out of it, and then he said, I don't need this. I only care about food. The collective laugh of group echoed throughout the room. Even Goku couldn't help but laugh at his childhood adventures, which were being told by Master Roshi. All of his childhood friends were gathered at Kami house and enjoying the lunch. He was always like that, carefree and kind-hearted, though sometime greedy to fight, Krillin chuckled. Yeah. Even a beautiful woman like me couldn't seduce him to give us his Dragon Ball, Bulma interjected before drinking the last sips of wine. Huh, that's some dangerous level of self-confidence you got in your beauty, commented Yamcha. He was sitting next to Tien while Puar floating near his head. Yeah, and who was the one begging me to not break up our relationship? Bulma countered, venomously making Yamcha sweat nervously only to have the gang break into another fit of laughter. A few minutes later, Goku sat up and started to head outside. Goku, where are you going? What's the hurry? You just came here, asked Master Roshi, concerned about his former student's early departure. Oh, I'm just going to do some training. After all, I don't want to fall behind in the next World Martial Arts Tournament, replied Goku as he headed outside. His sight was met with palm trees, sand and vast ocean. A smile formed on his face as he took a long breath. He still remembered himself and Krillin training alongside Master Roshi every day until their legs gave out. Just like the good old days. Then, Goku's expression turned serious as he powered up, making his white aura dance surrounding him. He cupped both of his hands near his hips. Kame, Hame, Haiya. He yelled as he moves his arms to his front. A blue wave of energy shoot towards the ocean, almost splitting it in half. Taking a moment to compose himself, Goku readied himself to another wave of practice for his signature Kamehame, but he was interrupted by Krillin before he could continue his practice. You sure do take your training seriously, said Krillin, looking at the huge waves caused by the attack. You know me. I love to train to fight more stronger guys, Goku replied with signature sun grin. Yeah, you Saiyans and your crazy lust for battles. Krillin remarked, sweat dropping from his forehead. It sure was hot out here. Hey Krillin, do you think I'm too easygoing on my enemies? Asked Goku as his expressions suddenly turned soft and thoughtful. Well, justice and forgiveness is subjective if you ask me. You can be quite forgiving at times, maybe partially because of how you were taught and partially because of your Saiyan heritage to fight only strong opponents, Krillin responded after pondering his friend's question for a moment. With a smile he turned his head towards sky, but that uniqueness is what makes you Goku. But it was his forgiveness which caused other pain and backfired at him. Tao Pai took advantage of this, even Raditz, his own brother, took advantage of it. Because of easy forgiveness, even that stray Devi dash. Suddenly a small current of pain went through Goku. He shook his head trying to ignore it. But why such a question? You are not the type to ask such things. Krillin asked, suddenly being rather thoughtful himself. It's because yesterday. Without warning, the pain in his head intensified, causing the Saiyan to drop on his knees. Goku, are you alright? Krillin asked, his voice full of worry. Yesterday, I was. The pain grew in intensity and he started panting. Krillin, Krillin? Goku's expression turned into that of confusion. What is it, Goku? Are you okay? No. It can't be, exclaimed Goku as realization struck him. You were killed on Namek. What are you saying? But I'm right here, a confused Krillin responded. No, I am remembering now. You were killed by Frieza. I defeated him, yet I saved him, despite that, but then planet exploded. And then I was on some other Earth where I met Rias. All at once his head was flooded with old memories. Memories of Krillin's death, him turning into a Super Saiyan, escaping explosion, meeting Rias, Aquino, and the others. Who are you? Asked Goku in a serious tone as he stood up, fixing a serious glare on a very nervous and confused Krillin. What are you talking about? I'm Krillin. Don't you remember? Said Krillin, sweating nervously. Goku was acting rather peculiar. No, you are not Krillin. The Krillin I knew was killed by Frieza. Goku said those last words in a painful voice, just above a whisper. No, I'm Krillin. Just standing in front of you, insisted Krillin. No, you are not. Now that I sense it, your energy is far different than Krillin. Who are you? Dear, oh dear. What was it? The pain? The memories? Or own intelligence? Oh, it doesn't matter, now that it already has come to this. Krillin suddenly smirked evilly. His whole demeanor changed. Suddenly, the earth itself started to tremble, the sky turned black and the ocean surface started to have groan and crack. What is this place? Who are you? What is happening? A confused and angry Goku shouted. He had been tricked. No need to get angry now, Goku. This place is called Realms of Dreams. As for me, I'm the guardian of this place. Assigned to keep you here forever. I have taken the form of Krillin through your memories, a sinisterly smiling Krillin informed him. Sorry to tell you, but you can't keep me here, said Goku as he readied himself for fight, but then the guardian started laughing, making Goku wondered if he said something funny. Oh no. I think you are misunderstanding. I told you I'm a guardian, but in no ways I'm a fighter. My work was only limited to keep you trapped here, without you actually realizing it, the guardian proclaimed in an ominous voice. Hearing this, Goku decided to drop his guard, but there was one thing he wasn't sure about. How do I get out of here? I need to go back to the real world. Don't worry, you will be sent back. You see, in your normal state, your energy was so high that this realm was barely keeping itself from crumbling in. But when you started training, it was too much for it to handle. So now it is trying to send you back, the guardian explained calmly as the ground shook even more. I see. I have to say you did act exactly like Krillin, even I couldn't tell the difference. Goku marveled in an impressed tone. I'm a manifestation of Krillin from your memories. In short, you can say I'm Krillin as you see him, replied Krillin with a gentle smile. You are a very kind person, Goku. I can tell that after reading your memories. Please don't blame yourself for Krillin's death. But it was my fault. Even Piccolo and Rias told me I'm too forgiving. If I would dash. But before Goku could continue, his vision faded to black as his consciousness closed in on him. Back to Rias' group. Watch out, Kiba. Akino shouted to him. He barely managed to dodge multiple energy spears. The next instant he felt a punch connecting with his face, which sent him flying straight into Akino. After taking such a severe hit, both of them fell to the floor, completely unconscious. Right now, Rias and her group were hunting 2 stray devils. Much to their bad luck, these 2 devils turned out to be far stronger than what they had been previously told. Did you pick up any trails on Goku's energy? Asked Rias, putting her every ounce of her energy into the barrier she had erected in order to protect herself and Kanika. Kanika shook her head in disapproval, as even after trying her hardest to pick up on Goku's energy, she remained unsuccessful in locating him. Where are you, Goku? Rias murmured to herself. Your friend ain't returning from where I sent him, said the first stray devil in cocky voice as he grabbed Akino by her leg, hurling her at Kubo, and the collision knocked both of them out. We have wasted enough time on them. Let's finish this, said the second devil as he created multiple energy spears and threw them at Rias, shattering her barrier in an instant. You did well, despite being so young. Too bad you were assigned to kill us, said the second stray as he summoned more spears to finish them. But before anyone else could make another move, a portal ripped opened out of nowhere in front of Rias, and the Scion, who everyone thought was gone, appeared out of it. What? Impossible, yelled first stray in disbelief. Goku, exclaimed Rias, happy to see that the Scion had returned. Ow, my head, groaned Goku as he regained his consciousness. Turning his gaze back, he saw Rias and Kenko, who were heavily bruised, while on other side, Akino and Kiba were laying on the ground unconscious. In front of him, the 2 strays they were hunting. That was a very coward move. You tricked me saying you were surrendering and send me to another world. Goku accused them, clearly not in a happy mood. But how? It is impossible for anyone to return from your dream's realm. How did he escape it? Asked first stray in disbelief. It doesn't matter. This annoying man is dead already, said the second stray as he dashed towards Goku at lightning speed. determined to finish what they had started. Goku merely sidestepped to dodge his attack before punching the devil straight into the ground. A large crater was formed by the mere shockwaves of the punch and the devil was instantly knocked down. He is a monster, stuttered the first one in fear seeing his partner knocked unconscious by a simple punch. The first stray devil decided not to fight Goku and ran away at high speed. Goku sighed in disappointment as he suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of the stray. He was not going to let him get away. I have already lost a dear friend of mine to monsters like you. I can't let you escape, said Goku narrowing his eyes. You bastard. Just as the stray devil summoned his spears to attack Goku, he was impaled by a large energy spear. Even Goku was little surprised what happened. Tioch. This is Holy Light Spear of Annihilation, said the devil before he fell dead on the ground. That's correct. These spears are not easy to come by in hell and even in heaven. Deadly even to a high-class devil, came a voice from the shadows. It belonged to a young man in his early 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. His outfit consisted of a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery on the seam. Underneath his open blazer was a white dress shirt. It was Riser Phoenix along his harem. You. What are you doing, hissed Rias. Well, I was worried about you living in this stupid human world. After all, I'm your future husband. Quite a pathetic show you guys put up there, said Riser with a smug look on his face, not impressed by what he was witnessing. I already told you multiple times. I won't marry you, replied Rias annoyed. You were watching this the entire time and yet didn't decided to help Rias, said Aquino, with an accusing undertone of disbelief in her voice, as she had regained her consciousness by now. She was furious as he made her way over to Rias. It's her own fault she has such pathetic peerage. Well, she's alive after all, isn't she? Smirked Rias, making Aquino even more furious. Of course, she is. Goku was there to help her, unlike some pathetic sister-fucking devil who did nothing, said Aquino with a cocky smirk on her face. You fucking bitch. How dare you, yelled Riser as he formed a spear in his hand ready to hit Aquino and make her sorry for her words towards him, but he was stopped as Goku suddenly appeared there grabbing his arm. Riser almost flinched at Goku's firm and strong grip on his arm, it was quite painful. That's not a nice way to talk to a lady, said Goku in a serious tone. Get your filthy hands off me, you low-seat dash. Riser was cut off as a magic circle appeared on the ground. Grafia, what are you doing here? Rias was confused seeing her sister-in-law appear suddenly from the circle. I came here because of many things, the more important one to prevent anything from happening in here, and Surzek-sama ordered me to come. The ultimate queen is here for a reason, I presume, Riser said. Yes, Razor-sama, I just came by, needed to remind both of you should not forgotten about the rating game that we have agreed as a way to decide Rias-sama fate. Of course, as if I could forget, it was Rias' agreement that the rating game is allowed even though it is unofficial. Even so, as a noble devil, I gave her peerage 11 days to be prepared before the rating game. Come along girls, we're heading back to prepare. Oh, and Rias, I hope you can make it entertaining for me and my peerage, Rias stated coolly before teleporting away with his peerage. Say, Grafia, since you are already here, how about we have duel? Goku asked enthusiastically, happy at the prospect of fighting a strong opponent and improving his skills. This made everyone flinch in fear as Goku again tried to challenge the strongest queen in hell, even more so by the fact Surzek wasn't there. You won't give up, would you? Fine, I will fight you, Son Goku, but only when you become an ultimate class devil, declared Grafia, much to everyone's shock and Goku's delight. Alright. Wait, how will I become ultimate class devil? Asked Goku clueless. Well, Rias is there to explain you everything about that process. With that said, she formed a magic circle on the group before teleporting away. When she was gone, everything went quiet and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly a loud growl came from Goku's stomach, reminding everyone what a bottomless pit it was. Hee hee, Sorry, I guess it's lunchtime for my stomach, smiled Goku nervously, scratching the back of his head and making everyone laugh at his goofy nature. Unknown to all of them, a certain woman was watching from a distance. The woman had cat ears, long black hair, with split bangs, and two tails. Her body was concealed beneath a black kimono. Oh, he defeated those high-class devil without even trying. Son Goku, huh? Why is someone like you hanging out with my little sister? Hee hee, you are certainly interesting, the woman smiled before licking her lips mischievously. Later that day, Issei finally completed the last lap of the ground, barely able to keep himself from collapsing right there. He was sure if it wasn't for his new devil blood, he would have died halfway. He was simply exhausted. Unlike other students, Goku gave far more laps and even gave him weighted clothes he requested from Rias, which he immediately got, thanks to her being a noble class devil. When Issei tried to decline, Goku insisted it was extremely good to increase strength and stamina. Yeah, fuck, increased strength and stamina. This guy is actually trying to kill me, muttered Issei, finally talking a sigh of relief, as he reached his destination. Wow, Issei, you alright? Damn, you look like shit, said Matsuda, as he came to check on Issei. Yeah, he is right. It's not fair for Goku-senpai to make you work harder than the rest, commented Motohama, showing sympathy towards his friend, which Issei knew was mostly fake. It's alright. Maybe after such hard training, I might gain enough muscle to get a girlfriend. Issei remarked, chuckling softly. With Goku-senpai and Kiba-san in this school? Yeah, good luck with that. Matsuda stated, clearly unimpressed, before pointing towards Goku, who was surrounded by a huge crowd of girls. Goku-senpai, can you please teach me martial arts after school? Asked one girl. No way, he is not going to waste time on someone like you. He is going with us to karaoke, announced another girl. Who gave you the right to decide what Goku-senpai will do? He is going with me, another girl declared loudly. Soon, the girls started fighting with each other over Goku, who stood there, confused as to what to do in this situation, while the trio was watching him with jealousy and comical tears in their eyes. Do you even have any dignity? Damn you, said Issei annoyed. He seems to be troubled by all those girls, came a familiar voice behind him. Era, poor guy. Should I help him get rid of those annoying wrenches? Issei turned around to see Rias and Aquino, who were smiling while having a dangerous aura around them, making the perverted trio flinch in fear. Arias Bucho, what you doing here? Asked Issei, sweating nervously. Ah yeah, I'm here to tell you to get ready for training as soon as school is over. It is important, so don't be late. Rias announced, steady gaze still fixed on Goku, before heading back to the school with Aquino. Issei dumbly nodded but was immediately buried under the onslaught of constant questions by Matsuda and Motohama, who could not believe Issei was called out by the most beautiful girl in school. Issei scoffed at them with a smug look, saying he had become popular among girls and won't associate himself with likes of them any longer. Well, at least he could show off in front of these two, even if it was a false impression. A few hours later. Hurry up, guys. You are too slow, shouted Goku enthusiastically to Rias and others, before running up the mountain. Well, at least someone is happy about training, smiled Aquino. It's really impressive how he is running around like nothing, pointed Kiba, who was wearing a huge fridge on his back, towards Goku, who was carrying all the stuff one could find in a house. It's not really surprising, honestly. This guy can knock out a high-class devil without even trying. Such feat must be a child's play for him. Rias remarked, casually. On the other hand, Rias and the rest of group turned their gaze towards an exhausted Issei, who was keep falling behind. Damn it, why are they looking at me like that? Are they pitying me? Are they making fun of me? Murmured Issei, annoyed at this. He was a sacred geared wielder, for fuck's sake. A special devil, destined to achieve greatness. That red dragon himself told him that. Yet here he was outshined by this new teacher. He won't let someone like him makes a gear wielder irrelevant. Suddenly, all determined, Issei started running at high speed towards Goku, trying to keep up with him. Seeing this, Goku couldn't help but smile a small smile. The boy had potential, that's for sure. He just don't know how to use it in right way. A couple of minutes later, the group reached a huge lounge. According to Rias, the entire mountain and lounge belonged to their family and it would be perfect place for their training. I'm impressed, Issei. You really are talking your training serious. You was able to keep up with Goku. Rias said, impressed even though she knew Goku was trying to encourage him. Yeah, Rias Bucho. I can't afford to lose that rating game. Issei wheezed, catching his breath. Issei was told by Akino about the marriage proposal and rating game during the school time. He was surprised how arranged marriage still exists and nonetheless in the demon world. I swear not only will I win this game but also outperform Goku no matter what, declared Issei. Rias was surprised hearing this, but smiled at the determination of her pawn. That's quite a high goal he is aiming for. Poor guy, whispered Akino into Rias' ear, making her sweat drop, realizing what exactly Issei was talking about. You don't have to worry about outperforming me in that game, since I won't be fighting. Goku suddenly announced, shocking everyone. What? Rias was most surprised hearing this. Why are you not participating? Oh, I will be participating. But I will be merely observing. After meeting that Riser and his group, I know that he is quite weak for me, so there is no fun in fighting him, replied Goku. Instead, I will train you guys since Riser and his group will be perfect opportunity to get stronger. But without you, Rias, you know you can't rely on me forever. I told you, I will be training you to get stronger. Or perhaps you are just afraid that you can't even defeat someone like Riser, no matter what training you get, smirked Goku. Oh? Son Goku, I know you are trying to provoke me. But even so, I'm Rias Gremory, sister of Surzek Lucifer, former leader of 4 great Satans, and I will definitely not lose to likes of that scumbag, replied Rias smirking. Fine, responsibility of our training is yours then. Alright, then since it has decided. We will start the training now, told Goku. We will start with basics. I want all 5 of you to attack me at same time. All 5? This guy is just crazy. 5-on-1, said Issei in surprise. I'm getting a bad feeling about this, said Kiba. We are going to get our butts kicked, aren't we? Remarked Akino in a matter-of-fact tone. Then everyone formed a circle around Goku, and Kiba and Issei were the first to make move as they dashed towards him. Issei threw a punch at the scion, who easily blocked, while Kiba decided to strike at the legs with his wooden sword, which Goku saw clearly and dodged with a backflip. But just as he did that, Kaneko appeared behind him and threw a devastating punch, which Goku countered by grabbing her arm and throwing her at Issei and Kubo. Suddenly, Goku sensed a high energy near him only to see Rias holding a big energy ball in her hand, which was surrounded by Akino's lightning. The size of the energy ball was easily 3 times that of Goku. Take this, yelled Rias, hurling it towards Goku. The scion simply smirked at the incoming attacks, before grabbing with one hand and shattering it easily. That was a nice combination, complimented Goku, impressed. Alright. That might be enough. That earned Goku a confused looks from everyone. Now I know what you guys are lacking. Issei, you train with Kiba and focus on your speed and strength. Kaneko, you are quite strong but lack speed and versatility. Akino's lightning attacks are perfect way to improve. Rias, you are fine for your level, but you lack any direct hand-to-hand training. You will be training with me, informed Goku as everyone nodded in response. The training went for next couple of hours. Everyone was completely exhausted at that point and went to the lounge for rest. Everyone except for Rias, who wanted to train even more, despite herself barely being able to stand up. That's enough, Rias. You are tired. You are just torturing yourself now, told Goku worried. I can't. I have to become stronger, said Rias, falling on her knees in exhaustion. You can't become stronger in just one day. Look, I know you are nervous about the fight, said Goku, kneeling down. But I will make sure not to let any harm come to you. I won't let anyone force something on you that you don't want. That is a promise. Rias couldn't help but give him a sad smile hearing this. Goku. Yesterday when I slapped you it wasn't because you let that beast escape but because I was furious and worried about the upcoming raiding game. I let my emotions get best of me and took it all out on you. Goku. I really am a terrible person. Can you please forgive me? Asked Rias as she put her hand on Goku's cheek, taking him by surprise. It's alright, Rias. You don't have to apologize for anything. Such things often happen between friends. You are one of my dearest friends. There is no way I can be mad at you for such a trivial thing, replied Goku with his famous sun grin. Rias blushed at this. She still remembered the first day he came to school, how happy she was, and how he already attracted the populace of the academy, especially females. For her, it wasn't just his appearance that she was attracted, but it was this kindness and forgiveness she loved the most. Her gaze went towards the Scion's lip. A strong desire went through her body to touch them. A craving to taste them. If only she could. Rias closed her eyes and she started to close the difference between her and the Scion. Goku. But was interrupted suddenly as Akino appeared out of nowhere throwing her arms around Goku. We were waiting for you guys in lounge for so long. What you doing anyways? Asked Akino. Nothing, flushed Rias deeply as she just realized what she was about to do. Oh, is that so? Akino smirked evilly as she saw Rias' flushed face. I almost forgot to thank you for saving me back there, Goku. It was so noble and brave of my dear Goku. Akino beamed before planting a small kiss on the Scion's cheeks. Goku blushed a little at this while Rias' expression turned from surprised into annoyed. Let's hurry up or we will be late for the dinner, said Akino as she grabbed Goku by arm and ran towards the lounge pulling Scion along with her. Oi, wait for me, shouted Rias as she started following them, suddenly feeling rather left out. At night. Anyone who knew Goku could find it unusual for a Scion to walk down the street at this time of the night, and even more unusual when he stopped in front of town's hospital. Entering the hospital, he walked towards the receptionist and had a short conversation with her. Yeah, the patient's condition is stable now. They might be even regain consciousness soon. Please follow me, the receptionist told him. That's a great news, said Goku with a weak smile as he started following the receptionist. After walking past dozens of rooms, they took a left turn before stopping at their destined room. It's really surprising how quickly she was able to recover given her injuries, said the receptionist while opening the door for the Scion. I will leave her to you now. Just so you know, usually the patient who go through such accidents are prone trauma and even suicide, so please try to be as optimistic as you can be. With that, reception left the Scion alone with an unconscious girl in the room. The girl was one of ex-student from the Kuo Academy. More specifically, she was the same girl who targeted Issei. The fallen angel, Rhaenyra. Haha, all these bandages wrapping her body reminded me of my treatment after fight with Vegeta, said Goku to himself as he sat next to Rhaenyra. A groan came from her mouth as she slowly opens her eyes. Warehouse. Where I am now? Asked the fallen angel, trying a sense of her surroundings. Ah, good thing you're awake, smiled Goku seeing her finally awake. You. Rhaenyra's eyes widened in surprise to see one of her enemies sitting next to her. On instinct, she jumped out of her bed but it turned out to be a bad idea as her legs gave out making her fall to her knees. Geez, you just woke up. Your body needs rest, sighed Goku as he picked up her up in bridal style. Hey. Put me down, shouted Rhaenyra, blushing deep red. You were badly injured. You need rest instead of making such hassle, said Goku, putting her back on bed. Are we at hospital? Asked Rias as finally noticed bandages wrapped around her body. Why am I here? Yeah, we are in a hospital. Goku replied, you see. Flawback. I don't know if I should be really fighting in that raiding game. Rias and others can defeated them if get little stronger, mused Goku on his way to the mountains where they were supposed to train. As he was walking through the forest, he suddenly saw someone appears out of bushes. Goku was surprised to see it was no other than same fallen angel Rias threatened the other day. What more surprising was the condition she was in. The girl was heavily injured and was bleeding from a lot of places all over her body. It was quite impressive of her to able to be walking on her own given how badly she was injured. Rhaenyra gazed suddenly towards the scion who watching her. "Ah fuck, this is great." As if this days couldn't get any worse, smirked Rhaenyra weakly as she formed an energy spear in her hand. But before she could even throw the spear, it immediately shattered in her hand as she collapsed on the ground. Goku rushed towards her and started to check her pulse. "She is barely visible. She needs proper medical treatment," Goku exclaimed as he picked her and flew towards the town's hospital at frightening speed. End of flashback. "Ah, I see, so it wasn't merely a dream," said Rhaenyra with a sad look on her face. "So what happened to you back then?" asked Goku. "I don't want to talk about it, especially to an enemy," replied Rhaenyra bitterly. "So when should I expect the torture or trial to execution in hell?" "What are talking about?" asked Goku confused. "You obviously want information from me." "But I will never betray Lord Kokobile even if means my death," stated Rhaenyra firmly. "I really don't want anything from you." "And you expect me to believe that? Why would even save an enemy? Do I really need a reason to help someone? I helped you because you clearly needed it. And besides, I already told Rias before that I sensed no evil in you," replied Goku before standing up. "Anyways, you still need rest. I will visit here every so often so you don't have to worry about being lonely." "There is no need. I don't want an enemy's sympathy," Rhaenyra said bitterly. "Too bad, but the nurse told me it would be help your recovery if you have some company." With that said, Goku smiled at her before leaving the room. Rhaenyra was still in surprise at Goku's nature. Despite knowing she was an enemy, he still was helping and smiling at her. "You really are an odd one, Son Goku. So far everyone is doing great. Rias is learning martial arts quite quickly, Kenko has gotten much faster than before, Kiba is focusing more on strength, and Issei's power are growing really fast, which is good news. The only one I'm not sure about is Anko," Goku summarized while scratching his head. "What do you mean? You think she is the weak part?" "No, she is not weak. In fact, she is easily the strongest or second strongest in the team, if Issei could unlock the full potential," he replied after a short moment, clearly mulling over his thoughts on the matter. "You are worrying too much. If she is the strongest in the group even without training, she must be special," said the fallen angel while taking a sip of tea, enjoying the rich and calming flavor. A couple of days had passed since she had been admitted to the hospital. Most of these days, Goku had managed to come and visit her in his free time to talk to her and keep her company. Rhaenyra would be lying if she, even in her craziest dreams, thought that she would ever be having a normal discussion with a Devil's Group member. Even more crazy was the fact that she was enjoying his company. How bizarre. After being saved from certain death, she was expecting to be chained up in a dungeon and asked questions against her will, but reality was a different story. What she had gotten was a guy that was actually kind of sweet and had an adorable smile. Yeah, I guess she is. I think she is even holding back a lot of her powers. I'm so excited just by imagining how strong she can get with proper training, Goku continued his musing, a typical wide sun grin spreading his face. Ah, there it was again, that smile. Rhaenyra tried her best to fight the blush on her face. You really get excited whenever you talk about training and fighting strong guys, she remarked, remembering some of the tales Goku had told her about his past. Yeah, I guess that's because of my Scion heritage. Scion? Rhaenyra mused, raising her eyebrows in curiosity and confusion. This is the first time I heard about such yokai species? Ah, no, Scions are not yokais. Scions are a race of powerful warrior who love to fight a lot, Goku replied after a short pause of hesitation. intentionally leaving out the space pirate part and the overall truth that he was an alien. Nobody ever seemed to believe him anyway. When Vegeta died back on Namek, Goku had accepted some of his heritage, but there were still dark part of his race he would never be able to accept. Or repeat out loud, for that matter. Being killers was one of them. I see, was the fallen angel's reply. Maybe these scions are some crossbreed between yokai and humans. Or might be a different race I don't know about. I will ask my elders about it, that is, if they don't kill me first. Rhaenyra thought to herself, sensing that there was more to the story Goku was telling her. So you have your game tomorrow, huh? Even though you are confident in your team, I might warn you that Riser has the ability to regenerate at an extreme rate, so you will be wasting your energy if you are in same tier as him unless you decide to join in, which would be another story, she informed him, effectively chaining the topic. Don't worry, even without me joining them, I'm sure they will be able to win without too much trouble. Goku replied with confidence. Well, I guess it's fine if you are so sure of it. Anyways, I have to say the manga you brought me yesterday was actually quite amazing. JoJo Bizarre Adventures, was it? I really liked that. Rhaenyra informed the scion, handing the manga back to him. Ah, that's great news. I will ask Kiba if he has more of these. Goku told her, the smile of his back on his face, obviously elated at her words of approval in his choice of reading material. And to think I was expecting torture when I was brought here. Now I'm looking forward to a manga. Life sure knows how to throw a curveball, Rhaenyra muttered underneath her breath. Why would I torture you? You are my friend. In fact, why would I torture anyone for that matter? Confusion and worry were etched across his face as he regarded her carefully, his fingers curling tighter around the manga. Friends, you say? A member of the devil group and a fallen angel. Friends? Maybe in another life, she chuckled, you are really so naive and innocent, son Goku. What does being fallen an angel or devil have to do with that? Making friends is up to your own preferences, not your bloodline or origin, silly. You are way too overthinking about it. Goku replied with a carefree voice, ruffling her hair as if she was the child. Anyways, it's almost school time, so I gotta go. I will remember to ask Kiba for more books. Goku told her, already halfway out the door, waving the manga to underline his words. But before he could fully turn to leave, he was stopped in his tracks as he heard Rhaenyra's voice. I was attacked by my own fellow fallen angels, she suddenly told him, her voice on the verge of cracking. I defended myself, but they were too many. I ran for my life and escaped them before you found me. She was studying the non-existing pattern of her hospital's bedsheets. When I met you back in school, later that day, I was about to bring back the intel to Lord Kokobile, but instead I was confronted by them. I asked them why they stopped me, but these fuckers just stabbed me. Smiled at me. Told me that it was Kokobile himself who ordered to kill me. Fucking liars, they did it to me when I murdered people for them. For my race. Rhaenyra clenched her bedsheets in anger as tears fell from eyes. Goku was shocked to hear that. Killing someone for no reason was something he loathed, but killing your friends was beyond redemption. Despite his initial shock, the scion found himself moving back into the room, and towards the bed, wrapping his arm around the fallen angel in an attempt to comfort her. For next few minutes, no words were exchanged. The entire room was filled with nothing except the cries of the young girl, and he held her the entire time, silently encouraging her to let it all go. Are you feeling any better now? Goku asked gently, taking her silent nod as the only answer he was going to get. He pressed forward. Do you think this Kokobile guy actually ordered them to kill you? No. Never. Lord Kokobile is an honorable man who values his people above anything, even himself. Those bastards just wanted to get rid of me because they were either jealous or traitors. Rhaenyra shouted angrily. Are you sure? I mean, maybe it was code dash. No. I told you he would never ask for such a cowardly thing. All right. Geez. You are really defensive about him, said Goku, a little surprised at her outburst. It's almost as you love him. Do you love him? Love, you ask? No. I rather see him as a mentor. An idol. My shiny moonlight. His love for his race is what inspired me to join ranks in the elite fallen angels. But back to your question, no, I don't love him, she confidently replied. Anyways, you should hurry up or you will be late. You don't have to worry about me, I'm better now. If you say so. Goku gave a worried look before heading out. Ah, damn it. I forgot to wish him good luck for the game. The next day. But why? What do you mean by I can't join them? The raiding game was starting in just few minutes, but the Scion was not allowed to enter. The person that was stopping him was Grafia. According to rules, only devils are supposed to enter this game. Grafia replied, narrowing her eyes. But he is supposed to. A member of my group, Rias, tried to explain, point to Goku. Suddenly, a magic circle formed on the group and a familiar figure materialized from it. Cut them some slack, will ya? Said Sirzek, approaching them. Yo! Long time no see, Sirzek. Goku greeted him casually. Grafia glared at the Scion angrily, clearly not happy about seeing him talk to the leader of 4 Satans so casually. Nice to see you being as carefree as ever, Son Goku. So did my little sister have any success in making you her boyfriend yet? Sirzek asked teasingly, giving Rias a knowing smile. Rias blushed deeply and started yelling at her brother while Goku was feeling warm and cozy inside from hearing Sirzek's unexpected words. Strangely, he never felt like this around anyone, not even Chi-Chi. He remembered Bulma telling him that such feelings are experienced when someone is in love. Could it be, was he in love with Rias? Anyways, the solution is quite simple, said Sirzek, snapping the Scion out of his thoughts. We can turn Goku into a devil. That is out of question, Lord Sirzek. Grafia replied, giving Goku a stern look. With his current power, it would be near impossible even for you to turn him into a devil, let alone your sister. Alright, I guess I have no choice but to create an exception for Goku. Sirzek mused out loud. What? Do you realize how much conflict it will cause among the council if we allow someone other than devils to enter raiding games? Grafia asked in shock. Geez, calm down. Leave them to me, I can handle them. Just think about much more popular these games will get among other factions if someone, different like Goku, participated in them. It might give us a chance to come closer to other worlds. And not to mention, I don't want to see my sister sad. Sirzek countered, once again shooting his sister a knowing look. First, neglecting your duties as leader of 4 Satans and now breaking the rules of the raiding games. No wonder why none of the other factions are taking you seriously. Grafia huffed, letting out a sigh of defeat. So I guess it is settled, then. At the battlefield, Goku was teleported to the battlefield, and he promised he wouldn't be involved in the fight unless the situation arose, which was unlikely considering how strong everyone got after training. He was a little surprised to see the replica of his school was chosen as the battlefield. Well, time to check on the others. Goku remarked to himself before he flew over the battlefield. Concentrating on the nearby energies, he took an estimate of the battle. It seems Issei and Kaneko are fighting 4 opponents at once, but they are far above their power level, so nothing to worry about that. Kiba's energy is calm, despite his opponents being stronger than most of the group. Good thing he practiced more on strength, thought Goku, happy with the results of training so far. Ah, that doesn't seem good. Akino's energy is decreasing quickly. But how is this possible? Her energy is far greater than her opponent. It's almost as if she is intentionally holding back. But why? Goku mused. He was about to go check on her when a loud voice suddenly caught his attention. Ah. You bitch. Turning his gaze towards the source of the voice, he saw the leaders of the both groups fighting each other on the balcony. Riser had an annoyed look on his face, And he was using his full power against Rias, yet none of his attacks seemed to even touch Rias. Considering how weak she was compared to him a few days ago, he should have been looking down at her mocking. But instead it was Rias who was smirking at him. "Damn, you cocky bitch. Stop dodging already." Riser yelled furiously. The son of the Phoenix clan threw a punch at her, but it was easily dodged by Rias, and she replied by connecting a strong kick to his face, sending him flying few feet away. Goku couldn't help but smiled proudly at this. Rias was using martial arts and speed to her advantage, unlike Riser, who was relying on brute force and regeneration. But Goku knew from experience that no matter how useful this ability might be, but unless trained properly, it was all useless. It would only be matter of time before he exhausted himself. "He is fighting this battle with only emotion," muttered Goku. That's weird, I can't sense the others anymore." Noticing something was weird, Goku flew towards the place where he sensed the others' energies just moments before. Reaching the school ground, he noticed that Issei, Kiba, and the others were lying unconscious and heavily wounded on the ground. But how? I was sure that Issei and the others would have defeated Riser's team. Even if Akino lost. Goku exclaimed in surprise. What was even more surprising that all the members of Riser's team were laying on the ground as well, unconscious too. "Took you long enough. And here I thought you might not care about your friends at all." Back to Rias. "Honestly, Riser, just give up already," Rias said with a bored expression. "Never, don't act like you have won," replied Riser, panting heavily. At this point, it was clear who was going to achieve victory, and Rias didn't want to wait for it. "You are really ignorant if you don't realize how badly you're losing," Rias pointed out before blasting off the left side of Riser's face. "Even your regeneration is failing you." Now that Riser's main ability was falling apart, Rias was so close to her freedom. She would finally be able to sleep comfortably at night without any of the worries of imposed. Extended her left arm and formed a huge black orb of magic, but was interrupted as something, or rather someone, crashed right next to her. "Damn, you are really strong," the person rising from the rubbles coughed. "Goku. Are you alright? What's going on?" Rias exclaimed, surprised. "As if things weren't bad enough, you have to show up," Riser remarked. "This is B-." But before he could continue, Goku simply extended his arm towards him and let out a strong wave of ki, sending him flying a couple of miles away. "Rias, I need you to get out of here this instant," warned Goku. "Wait, what? What do you mean? Watch out." Before she could realize what was happening, hundreds of ki blasts showered upon them, erasing the entire building out of existence. As the dust settled down, Rias was relieved to find herself fine and unharmed, but that soon turned into shock and horror as she saw Goku, who was shielding her, heavily bruised and bleeding. "Damn, that hurts." Goku chuckled, trying to relax the tense situation. "Goku. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. I should have watched it on time." Rias sounded panicked and on the verge of tears. "No. I'm alright. It took me by surprise. Nothing I can't handle." Goku gave her an assuring smile. "Stop hiding already. Come on out," Goku suddenly said, turning his head. The next moment, there was a large tear in space as if someone opened another dimension. A beautiful and attractive young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, wearing a black kimono, stepped out of it. The woman had black cat ears and 2 black tails. "It can't be. You are Kuroka," Rias exclaimed in shock, instantly recognizing her. "You know her?" "About Rias?" asked Goku, curiously. "She is an extremely dangerous SS class stray devil. And the reason of misery in Kaniko's life. Her sister," Rias informed him, glaring at the strange female with utter hate. "Evil sibling, huh?" Reminded him of Raditz, which was certainly not a happy feeling. "What? Why would I want to add misery in my dear sister's life?" said Kuroka playfully. "It is someone like you who doesn't deserve to have her in your group." How about you shut up and die? With that said, Kuroka fired multiple ki blasts at Rias, but those were easily swatted away by Goku. It's been quite a while since I fought someone strong like you. I don't want to miss this opportunity, smiled Goku. The feeling is mutual, dear. Kuroka replied, mischievously licking her lips. Without wasting any time, Goku lunged at Kuroka before throwing a barrage of punches and kicks, which were easily dodged by the stray devil. Hiya, shouted Goku as he threw earth-shattering punch at her, but Kuroka blocked it easily with one hand. Both of them grinning at each other. Both of them lost in the excitement of battle. Both of them started exchanging blows at lightning speed. Rias could only watch in awe at the fight between two. The pressure of their energies almost paralyzing her. It was as if she was drowning in a bottomless sea. Each punch connected, each kick delivered was releasing strong shockwaves, which could obliterate any low-level devil on spot. That's it. More. Show me what you are truly capable of, Son Goku. Kuroka exclaimed excitedly. Putting some distance between herself and Goku, Kuroka summoned multiple copies of herself. Much to Sion's only was this woman using ki, which was quite rare in this world, but she was using a cloning technique too. You are quite incredible, Kuroka. Goku smirked, excited at the prospect of such a strong opponent, before he concentrated his own energy and summoned multiple clones of himself. Now it was just a battle of strength and endurance. All the clones, without wasting any time, started attacking each other. At this point, it was impossible to find which were the real users. The entire sky was filled with ki blasts. The entire battlefield, which was his school's replica, now turned into barren wasteland. It was a good thing that due to raiding rules, the defeated devils were teleported back, otherwise they too would have been erased along the school. While it was not possible for Rias to catch their movements, but she could sense Goku's clone's energy slowly decreasing. A few minutes of brawling and ki blasts later, the number of clones gradually started decreasing until 2 of Kuroka's and 1 Goku was left. Firing multiple ki blasts at first Kuroka, who defended herself by crossing her arm in front of her. Seizing his opportunity, Goku appeared behind her and fired a huge ki blast, destroying the clone. But as he did that, the original Kuroka appeared at front of him, connecting a powerful kick, knocking the air out of the Scion. Without giving him any time to recover, Kuroka unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at defenseless. She could finish him off with her last punch. Goku immediately grabbed her arm. I knew I should have perfected the technique before using it against someone like you. Goku conceded with a small smirk. You still have more power left in you? Kuroka asked in surprise. Oh, I'm just getting started, replied Goku before he hurled her away. Hiya! The ground beneath him shattered as Goku let loose a scream of power and his muscles bulged. The air was filled with bits of debris and began to crackle with power as Goku cupped his hands, moving them towards his waist, and started focusing on his power. Kuroka's eyes widened in disbelief. The power this guy was releasing was ridiculous. She was stronger than an ultimate-class devil, but the amount of power she was sensing right now was subconsciously making her shake in fear. That's enough, Son Goku, came Surzek's voice as he and Graphia materialize in between Goku and Kuroka. If you go anything, you will end up destroy the battleground along the entire country. Surzek told him in a serious tone, and you, Kuroka, surrender this instant. You are outnumbered here. You will pay for crimes against the devils and other races. Hearing this, Kuroka simply gave them a mischievous smile. Sorry, but I'm not in the mood of getting arrested right now. I already got what I came here for. And what that might be, asked Graphia. Using Senjutsu, Kuroka immediately teleported in front of Goku. Before any of them could realize what happened, the stray devil pressed her lips against the was startled by the kiss at first, but was even more surprised as he felt her tongue entering his mouth. Oh dear. Surzek said with surprise, while Ria's jaw almost hit the floor. You are even better than I expected. You are the perfect choice to be my mate. I can't help but get happy just thinking about our children. Kuroka smiled happily as she broke the kiss. Alright. That's enough. A trial is waiting for you, Kuroka. Grafia told her coldly, unaffected by the things taken place before him. Don't worry, we will meet again, my dear Goku, winked Kuroka, before disappearing into thin air. Damn, that woman is slippery, said Surzek, shaking his head in disappointment. Her senjutsu and jujitsu are really an annoyance, commented Grafia. I don't know about you guys, but I can't wait to meet her again. Goku said excitedly, already imagining their next fight. Ever since he came to this world, it was first time he was able to fight someone without holding back. Though he might have defeated her easily if he was to use Kaioken, but he was still happy with the fight nonetheless. Oh really? Did you like that wrench's kiss that much? Rias growled in a low and dangerous voice, making Goku flinch in fear. And no, what I meant was that she was a strong opponent and dash. Before he could continue, Goku was silenced by Rias, who tightly wrapped her arm around his neck, pulling him into a hug. I'm so glad you are safe. I was so scared that something might happen to you. Goku smiled at this, before wrapping his arm around her waist, comforting her. Well, now that is over, what about the game? Do we have to start it again? Goku asked, curiously. I don't think it would be necessary. You two are still last standing of your team while other team is completely eliminated, so the victory is yours. Before Kuroka's interference, Riser's team was still on the losing end, and after seeing you in action, I doubt they will want to have a rematch. Surzek informed them while taking a look around. So that means we won? Rias asked with a smile cracked on her face. I can't believe I'm finally free from that stupid marriage. Nothing better than watching your little sister being happy. Surzek commented to himself. Sorry to burst your happy bubble, but we have a meeting to attend to. Not to mention, you have convinced the others to allow Goku participate in raiding games, reminded Grafia. Ah damn, I wanted to say longer. Anyways, congratulations on your victory, Goku. Please take care of my sister, will ya? Surzek said before he left with Grafia using Magic Circle. Well, that was fun. Golu said happily, so what happened between Kaneko and her sister? I don't think I'm the right person to tell you about that. Let's just say Kaneko has a really bad relationship with her sister, mainly because of her being a stray devil. I might suggest you rather not ask her about this matter, as she is quite sensitive about it. Rias said to Goku, who gave her a nod of understanding. Goku, thank you for freeing me of that marriage. Rias continued, if it weren't for you, I'd be forced to marry that asshole. Hearing this, Goku smiled and simply shook his head. It wasn't just me. Everyone gave their best to win this. You are really lucky to have just good friends. That is true. But most of all, I have thank you, because this wouldn't be possible without you. Also, you risked yourself to save me. Rias said as she gently put her hand on Goku's wounds. Do they hurt? Just a little. I've been through worst. Goku replied with his typical carefree smile. Thank you, Goku, for everything, Rias repeated as she leaned forward, pressing her lips to Goku's. Unlike with Kuroka, Goku saw the kiss coming, but he found himself responding to it without hesitation. A wave of pleasure ran through his body as Rias deepened the kiss. Never in his life had he kissed anyone, but kissing Rias felt as if it was the most natural thing to do. Both of them were lost in the moment, not caring about anything in the world. The next day. Rainera, guess what? We won the game even though some unexpected stuff happened. Goku exclaimed happily as he entered the hospital's room. He knew she wouldn't be surprised by this as she already predicted their victory, but he couldn't wait to tell her about his fight with was expecting the fallen angel to be sitting on her bed with a bored expression. But instead he found just a letter and a red bag. A little confused, Goku opened up the letter. Goku, I don't know if you remember this or not, but I was cleared to leave this hospital on Monday. I'm sorry, I never got the chance to say good luck, but I'm sure you already won by now. My injuries are now fully recovered. I never thought I would say this to my enemy, but thank you for your help. I know you will find it rude of me to leave without saying anything, but I have other matters to attend to. You don't have to worry about me, I'm going to train hard. After all, I have to take my revenge on those bastards and regain my place among Lord Kokobeel's army. I won't lie, all those days I spent with you was really fun. I hope for the sake of those fun times, we will never meet again, because the next time we meet it would be as enemies. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that there are 10 bottles of Phoenix's tears in the bag. They are quite good for healing, just don't try to find out where I got them from. Also, there is a red brooch in it too. It was given to me by my grandmother as a lucky charm. They are all yours. Don't think I gave it to you because I care about you. It's because I don't want to owe anything. We are even now. Just take care of yourself, alright? Your friend, Rhaenyra. A smile formed on Goku's face before he grabbed red brooch from the bag. He would be lying if a part of him was hoping to meet Rhaenyra someday, despite her telling him otherwise. Don't worry, Rhaenyra, I will take care of myself, said Goku to himself. These past few days with her were among the most memorable days of his life. You seem pretty happy today, asked Akino, handing a cup of tea to Rias. She usually won't ask Rias about such trivial matters. But the fact that Rias was having mischievous grin for the entire day was making her curious. Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking about something, replied Rias, humming happily. That made Akino even more curious. Sure, the fact that her engagement got cancelled lifted a huge burden from her shoulder, but that didn't seem the only reason for that smile. Akino was further going to press the matter but was interrupted when Kanika suddenly busted into the room. Her breathing labored as she was carrying Issei, who was wounded fatally and unconscious. What happened to him? Asked Rias, a little surprised. I don't know. He was already like that when I saw him in the park, said Kaneko, laying Issei on the Nibi couch. Sorry, guys, I'm a little late. I had to attend a meeting with the principal, said Goku as he entered the room. What's going on? Ria's face flushed red as she remembered her kiss with Goku from yesterday. The reaction didn't go unnoticed by Akino as she sent an annoyed glance towards Rias. Kaneko simply shook her head watching all this, before replying. It's Issei. He is heavily wounded. Goku walked towards the unconscious boy, and started examining his wounds. His wounds, it seems he was attacked by multiple enemies, said Goku. How do you know that? Asked Akino. Look clearly, the depth and angles of the wounds are very different from another. Even if a one person to attack him, he would have same types of wounds, but it seems different types of weapons were used on him, told Goku. I see, said Akino, impressed by the Scion's knowledge. He needs a proper treatment right now. Rias, you healed me when I was injured, you can do the same for Issei, right? Suggested Goku. What? No way. I can't sleep naked with him. At least not after what happened yesterday, protested Rias, whispering the last part as low as possible. Didn't you heal Issei when that fallen angel, Rhaenyra, almost killed him? What changed? Asked Akino, suspicious. Goku was surprised to hear Rhaenyra being mentioned again. It seems the girl has a habit of causing a lot of troubles. Nothing. I'm just tired. You can heal him too, right? You should do it then, Rias ordered her. Okay, something was definitely wrong with her. She wasn't like that until yesterday. Instead of arguing with Rias further, Akino picked up Issei and moved towards the next room. Kaneko, I need to talk with Goku in private, told Rias, and her rook simply bowed down before leaving them alone. You remember the girl you fought yesterday? Rias asked Goku, to which black-haired Scion nodded. I don't want anyone else to know she was there yesterday. Goku was confused by the secrecy Rias was asking for. Wasn't her servant supposed to be a part of her family? They should know everything. But why? Goku finally asked. Because I don't think it would be a good idea to mention Kuroka in front of Kaneko. She was almost executed because of her sister's selfish actions. You can't imagine how traumatized she was when I took her in. Rias almost winced at the memories of Kaniko's past. I understand, Rias. I would never say or tell anything that would hurt my friend, replied Goku with an assuring smile on his face. With that said, Goku turned to tail his leave, but was stopped by Rias' voice. Goku, I know I might have already said it before, but thank you for breaking my engagement, replied Rias shyly as the memories of yesterday keep playing in her mind. No need to thank me. That's what friends are for, replied Goku with his sun grin. Rias let out a long sigh as Goku left her alone with her thoughts. She should have been sad or hurt by Goku still referring to her as a friend despite her kiss, but that damn smile still leaves me breathless, said Rias with a small smile. The next day, KUOH Academy. So while the body increase mass by a small amount, there is even further decrease in speed and momentum which will burn up more energy and leaves the body tired, explained Goku in front of his students. Then there was the sound of the bell resounding throughout the academy, which indicated that classes just ended. Guys, don't forget your physical exam is next week. So don't get yourself injured, reminded Goku. Hearing this, all of the students had a reaction of worry as they learned by now Goku never go easy when it comes to physical studies. It was the matter of few minutes before the entire class was empty except for one student. Goku, I kinda need your help, said Issei hesitantly as he walked to the scion. Sure. What do you need, Issei? Asked Goku. It was a little surprising for Goku to see Issei asking for his help. For some reason, Issei doesn't like him, but since he was asking for his help, it might be something important. Yesterday, before Kaniko found me in the park, I was attacked by a group of fallen angel and a crazy priest, told Issei. I see. Why would they attack you? Asked Goku curious. It's because they wanted Asia. That young girl from the church? Yes. Apparently, she has the power to heal other people and I think those guys want it for their selfish purposes. I'm afraid for her safety, replied Issei in angry tone. So you need my help to rescue her, right? A smile formed on Goku's face when he got a nod from Issei, who seemed to be full of determination. But I don't want you to defeat them. I want you to train me. I don't want to be a dead weight on my team. I have to make sure Rias and others can depend upon me if you are not there, told Issei. I'm glad you are so determined, but shouldn't we rescue her before it's too late, suggested Goku. Trust me, that would have been the first thing I would have done, but I don't know where they took her, replied Issei. Goku tried to focus on Asia's energy but was unable to find it. If it was someone like Issei or other members, he would have found them in a matter of seconds, but Asia's energy was way too low for him to lock on. Yeah, I couldn't find her either. Alright, I will train you. Meet me tomorrow evening at the same place where we trained before the fight with Riser, told Goku. After that, Issei took his leave, leaving Goku alone in the classroom. You can come out now, said Goku with a small smirk on his face. Suddenly, the space behind him ripped open, revealing Kuroka, who was smiling mischievously at him. I don't know if I should be impressed that you were able to sense, despite my senjutsu, or pissed that you made all those years of my training useless, said the cat lady. Well, even JF, you had trained same thing for several years. There is still much to learn, told Goku, casually, not feeling threatened at all by the infamous stray devil. So why are you here? Kuroka raised her eyebrows, a little surprised by the attitude of the scion. Aren't you angry or disgusted by my actions? I was sure that by now, that spolied brat of Gremory family would have told you about my crimes, said Kuroka. She did, but she didn't told me what exactly you did. Anyways, I don't think what you did in the past was to hurt Kaniko or for some selfish reasons, said Goku. This completely took Kuroka off guard. Until now, nobody cared about the reasons for her actions or even bothered to find why. All they see was the blood of her former master on her hand and her supposed betrayal to her sister. And what makes you think that? Asked Kuroka. The usual mischievous smile was absent from her face, replaced by worry, fear, and perhaps even hope. It's because you could have easily killed Issei and others back there, but only knocked them unconscious. And the way you got angry when Rias blamed you for your sister's sadness. There was nothing but look of hurt behind that smile. Also, I didn't sense any negative energy from her back then, nor do I now. Instead, your ki feels so gentle and almost pure, told Goku. Then a wave of silence fell in the classroom. Both of them staring each other. The silence in the classroom was absolutely deafening before Kuroka broke it with dry chuckle. You are the first one to see right through me, said Kuroka with a sad smile, before continuing. I never wanted to Kaneko suffer through any of that. But it had to be done. Our former master was going to use her as a test subject for creating some kind of super devil. He never saw her anything than a meat bag ready at his disposal. So I did what I had to save Kaneko and killed him, told Kuroko with sad and bitter voice. The black-haired scion couldn't help but feel sad for the Yukai in front of him. Soon he stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and put his hand on her shoulders, giving her a warm smile. Kuroka blushed a little, seeing Scion close to her having more of the most comforting and innocent smile she ever saw. I'm so sorry you had to go through all of this. Being a good person doesn't mean doing everything good, it means doing what is necessary. And you are exactly that person, told Goku sincerely. Kuroka couldn't help but feeling butterfly in her stomach hearing that. If handsomeness, kf, the Scion wasn't enough, she felt her heart being swayed by how kind and understanding he was. Seriously, you do know how to make a girl emotional and blush at the same time. Such a lady killer, said Kuroka with an honest smile. The Scion put a hand behind his head while giving his signature sun grin at the compliment. Though still somewhat confused at her last line. I think you should go to Kaneko and tell her the truth, advised Goku. Kuroko flinched a little hearing that, and it wasn't gone unnoticed by the Scion. I will think about it. I still need some time, tell her everything, replied Kuroka a little hesitant. Oh, I understand. I guess it might not be easy for you. Anyways, since you are here, I could use your help with something, said Goku with anticipation. Straight to the bed type of guy? I like that, purred Kuroka in a seductive voice. Huh? Bed? No, I don't want to sleep right now. Actually, I wanted to ask if you could spar with me one more time, told Goku innocently with hopeful eyes. Kuroka let out a small chuckle at the naivety and innocence of the Scion. Well, that's not what I expected, but I guess I couldn't say no to a fight with you. But you beat her no hold back against me like last time, okay? Asked Kuroka. Alright. You can bet on that, replied Goku in an excited tone. With that, the pair flew out of the window, disappearing into the evening sky. Next day. Training grounds. A fist connected to Issei's guts, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The sacred gear user coughed blood before standing up again. He thought the training with Rice was hard, but training with Goku made her methods seems like a child's play. Suddenly, the Scion appeared in front of him and threw another punch, but this time Issei was ready for it and put his arms in front of him defensively. The force behind it was enough to convince Issei that he will break home with broke arms if he tried to block it again. You realize what you were doing wrong here, Issei? Asked Golu while sparring with brown-haired boy. I don't know what you are saying, asked Issei confused while barely on the defense. Goku threw a small ball of ki towards Issei, who easily saw it coming. Boost! 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 Yelled Issei, increasing his power drastically, and then took the attack head-on. You goddamn idiot! Drake face-bombed at that move. Before he could ask the dragon about the remark, Goku seemingly teleported behind him. Issei, unable to react to Scion speed, got connected by a mighty uppercut and was sent blasted high into the sky. Goku immediately appeared above a baffled Issei and joined his hands together to form a hammer from his combined clenched fists. Goku brought his combined fists down upon Issei like a meteor. As Issei crashed into the ground, his impact formed a crater the size of small-size block. Oops, I guess I overdid it. Goku's sweat dropped looking at Issei, who wasn't moving at all. A few moments later, the boy slowly stood up and winches in pain. I think I had enough for today, Issei declared, before again groaning in pain. Yeah, I guess that would be good for enough. You see what you did back there? Asked Goku, as landed down. Issei simply shakes him in a no. You were being a blockhead, commented Drake in annoyance. You were focusing way too much on increasing your power that you left your delf wide open, told Goku wisely. Yeah, but if I get stronger than my opponent then I would be able to withstand any of their attacks, sighed Issei. Goku simply shook his head in disappointment hearing this. And what would you do when you facing stronger or multiple opponents? You have RHE required strength, but what you lack is proper technique, told Goku. Issei was about to protest but then remembered what happened to him when tried to save Asia. It was true. Goku was right. Until now, he had been trying to overpower everything in his way instead of thinking about a better way. I understand, Goku. Let's try it again, said Issei with a small smile. But I thought you said it's Enud dash. Yeah, I know, but seeing how easily you find my mistakes, I can't but feel challenged to be improved myself, said Issei, taking a fighting stance. Alright then. Don't blame if you wake up with cramped body in the morning, that still won't excuse you from your exam, smirked Goku as he readied himself. Both the fighters charged at each other and training continued for next few hours. A few days later, Goku was standing in the school hallway and was having a friendly talk with the principal of Ku Academy. Even though the principal might have started a little strict because of the fake documents Rias brought, but even he couldn't remain mad at the friendly scion for long. You should have seen the look on the faces of other principals when they saw our athletic team's result, said principal with an amused smile. I'm really proud of what my students have accomplished. They all are talented, told Goku proudly. You are forgetting, Goku, that you can't forge a fine sword without an expert smith. You should take credit sometimes, replied principal. Still even I have dash. Before Goku could continue, Issei came in running and grabbed his arm, dragging him away with him. What was that? Asked principal, completely confused by that. It was a matter of seconds before they left the school ground and Issei had calmed down a little by then. What happened? Is everything alright, Issei? Asked Goku a little concerned. No, it isn't. It's Asia. I have found her. That priest is holding her in an abandoned church in west side of the town. We need to rescue her, said Issei with look of worry and nervousness on his face. Without wasting any time, Goku followed Issei's lead and heading straight to the abandoned church at superhuman speed. People of the town were shocked seeing this, but right now saving Asia was their top priority. Besides, Rias could wipe out their memory anytime. As they reached, Issei literally blasted straight through the doors of the church. Asia! Asia! Where are you? Shouted Issei, searching for the girl. Seriously, don't you ever get tired of getting your ass kicked again and again, said a young man stepping out of shadows. The man had short white hairs and red eyes and was dressed in clerical clothing. That's the crazy priest I was talking about, exclaimed Issei, clenching his teeth in rage. The name is Fried Selzen, kid. You never leered dash. Issei didn't let him finish and moved him in front of him, punching him in the face. Motherfucker. Fried cursed out, standing up. I don't have time for this shit. With that said, Fried started to running away into the poor part of the crutch. Issei and Goku tried to chase him but stopped as two women suddenly jumped in front of them. The taller one had short blue hairs with a dyed green fringe on the right side, while the shorter one had light brown hairs tied in twin tails. The shorter girl's initial reaction were that of annoyance, but soon turned into that of shock. Is that you, Issei? Asked the brown hair girl in disbelief. Who are you, and how to know my name? Asked Issei. It's me, Irina Shido, told the girl. Irina, when did you came back from England? Wait, you were a girl this entire time? Asked Issei, now equally disbelief. Yeah, I was dash. Irina, these guys are the enemies of the church. They needed to be eliminated, said the blue-haired girl coldly, interrupting Irina. Fried told me there were some devils who attacked the church in this town. But I can't believe you turned into a devil, and even worse, that you were one of those attackers, said Irina in a hurt tone. That is a lie, Irina. I would never attack a church, despite being a devil, told Issei. Issei is right. We would never hurt innocent people, said Goku in a serious tone. Enough lies. You devils are nothing but liars. After all, that is what you do best, said the blue-haired girl emotionlessly. Goku was going to tell them that he is not a devil, but stopped when he heard Issei calling him. Goku, I need you to hold these girls off while I go after Fried, said Issei. Okay. Are you sure you will be able to defeat Fried? Asked Goku. Hell yeah. I haven't busted my ass these past few days for nothing, said Issei smirking. Giving Issei a nod, Goku charged at both of the girl while Issei used the distraction to go after Fried. Goku threw a barrage of punches at the girls but made sure to hold back enough not to hurt them. Barely able to dodge Scion's attack, both of them jumped back and put some distance between them and him. Shouldn't we go after Issei? Asked Irina without taking her eye off the Scion. No. Fried can handle that weakling, assured the blue-haired girl. I wouldn't be sure if I were you. Issei is way stronger than he looks. Anyways, my name is Son Goku. And you girls are? Asked Goku. I am Zenobia Quarta. And this is Irina Shido. Remember these names, devil, because this will be the last thing you will ever hear before you die by our hands, said the blue-haired girl. Both of them then split up and attacked Goku from different directions. Easily predicting this move, Goku simply put up his arm blocking their attack. Both of the girls were shocked to see their attack blocked without any effort. H-A-H, shouted Goku, releasing Ki from his body, sending both of them flying away. What was that? Asked Irina, surprised. That is called Ki. It's a basic technique of Ki, told Goku. Irina materialized a spear using her energy and started attacking Goku again. But just like last time, the Scion easily dodged before appearing behind her and giving a small chop on her chop. The next moment, Irina fell on the ground unconscious but unharmed. Watching this, Zenobia gritted her teeth in annoyance and tried to grab her sword behind her back, but then decided charge at the Scion unarmed. You have a sword. Why aren't you using it? Asked Goku, confused, while blocking her punches. A lowly devil doesn't deserve that kind of honor, replied Zenobia harshly. Well, I will just have to prove myself then, said Goku, smirking. Deciding to go on offense, Goku increased the speed of his attacks. Zenobia had been barely able to dodge his attacks before, but now she was getting hit by his attacks, with only occasional dodges. Ha! Shouted Goku as delivered a bone-shattering kicks to her side, sending Zenobia crash into the nearby wall. Will that be enough to prove myself? Asked Goku confidently. I clearly underestimated you. A mistake I won't make any again, said Zenobia, standing up. A smile formed on Goku's face as he saw Zenobia finally grabbing her sword. Zenobia dashed towards the Scions and used her sword to cut him down into little pieces. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw her sword being blocked by an invisible wall of energy. Your attacks are good and precise, but the strength behind is lacking. You seem to rely on your sword too much like Issei did, said Goku before he flicked his fingers on Zenobia's forehead, sending her fly away. Regaining her balance, Zenobia started pouring all his energy into sword. Excalibur, destruction, shouted Zenobia as she sent a huge energy slash at Goku. The Scion moved his right hand in front of him, kept holding the energy slash until it completely disintegrated away. How? That's impossible, stuttered Zenobia. The look of disbelief and fear evident on her face. It was the first time Zenobia ever showed that many emotions. Goku suddenly disappeared and then appeared behind her before connecting a chop on her neck, making her unconscious. With the girls defeated, Goku turned to go after Issei but stopped as Issei waked upstairs holding Asia in her. It seemed Issei was victorious. Goku smiled seeing his pupil win, but this smile immediately disappeared. There's something wrong with Asia. Her face was pale. Issei laid her down on one of the pews. What happened to her? Asked Goku worried. Freed tried to steal her sacred gear. I defeated him, but he got away. Luckily, I still have her sacred gear, told Issei. Goku knew this was not good. Rias told him that if sacred geed is taken out from its host's soul, it will result in death. Just wait a bit. You will be free soon, Asia. You will be able to play with me from now on. Asia made a small smile at Issei's words. She then took his and Goku's hand. I was happy that I had two friends, even for a short while. Asia was smiling even though she was in pain. If I were to be born again, will you guys become my friends once more? What are you saying? Don't say that. Let's go somewhere to have fun. I will drag you even though you don't want to. We will go to karaoke. Game center. Let's also go bowling. Also other places, also to that place. And there. Issei couldn't stop his tears from coming out. Even the always cheery Saiyan couldn't help but feel like someone stabbed his heart hearing this. Goku gave her a reassuring smile, but he knew it too. They both knew it. They both already knew it. The girl was dying. Issei, I'm sorry, but it's too late for her, said Goku. No. Don't you dare, please don't say that, said Issei still crying. Goku is right, Issei. But I'm still so glad we all were friends. We are friends. Always. Yeah, that's right, I will introduce you to Motohama and Matsuda. They are a bit perverted, but both of them are good guys. They will definitely become your friends. Definitely. We will have fun together. We'll have fun until we can, said Issei. If I was born in this country, and went to the same school as you. Let's go. Come to our school. Asia's hand patted Issei's cheek. You both came to save me, you even cry for someone like me, now I can. Her hand that was patting Issei's cheeks drops slowly. Thank you. Those were her last words. She passed away smiling. Goku simply lowered his head, talking a moment of silence for her while Issei just stood there looking at her face. If only there were Dragon Balls here to revive her. She was a good girl. She was a kind girl who would heal anyone injured. Goku. You always saved us whenever we were in trouble. You even saved that stray devil from Bucho. Please save Asia. She is your friend too, right? I'm sorry, Issei. But this is something I'm incapable of. Reviving dead people is something I can't do, Goku said with a sad look on his face. Hey, God. You are there, right, God. Devils and angels exist, so you do exist as well, right, God? You were watching, right? You were watching all of this, right? Issei shouted at the ceiling of the church. Please don't take this girl away. Please. I beg you. She hasn't done anything. She just wanted a friend. I will be her friend forever. So please. I want this girl to smile forever. Hey please. God. Even though Issei screamed towards heaven, no one answered me. A devil repenting in a church. Wow, our ancestors would be rolling in their graves, came a familiar voice. Goku and Issei turned their face to see Rias and others standing there. Bucho? Where did you come from? Said Issei surprised. From the basement. I finished my business, so I used the magic circle to come here. It was my first time transporting to a church, so I was nervous. Rias sighed while talking to him before looking at Asia and then Gola giving him a sad but knowing smile. Era. The church is in a mess. Bucho, is it alright? Akino-san had a troubled face. It was abandoned, anyways. I don't see why angels would trouble us, replied Rias. Ouch. That guy surely made a joke out of us. Irina and Zenobia regained their consciousness and looked around to themselves surrounded by devils. Both of them took the fighting stance, so did the rest of the club except for Issei, Goku, and Rias. Wait. Wait. They were tricked. They are not bad, said Issei. It took a few minutes for Issei to explain Irina and Zenobia everything. That bastard. How dare he trick us, said Irina, clenching his fist in anger. We will find him. But there is still one more important thing remaining here, said Zenobia, pointing towards Asia's dead body. Well, I was thinking of reviving her using chess pieces, told Rias casually. It seemed like Irina was going to protest, but Rias continued. Or you could take the dead body to your seniors and take the responsibility of aiding a maniac and almost stealing a sacred gear and killing a sister. Irina growled in annoyance before walking out of the building. We understand. Just make sure you don't get in our way ever again, warned Zenobia. She gave a threatening glare to Goku before walking out as well. Kia. She was so mean and scary, Goku. I'm scared, said Akino, hugging the left arm of Sion. Though it was clear she wasn't scared at all. Get away from him, Akino. He isn't yours, said Rias in a low but threatening voice. Oh? I'm sorry, but as far as I know he isn't yours either, countered Akino. Girls. Stop. We still need to revive Asia. How are you going to do that? Asked Goku. Like I said, I'm going to use Bishop Piece to revive her as a devil. Bishop? What's that? Asked Goku, completely confused. Rias put out a piece LF Bishop and placed that crimson Bishop chess piece on the now deceased Asia's chest. The Bishop's role is to support the other members of the group. This girl's healing power will be useful as Bishop. It never happened before, but I will reincarnate this girl as a devil. Issei, you have her sacred gear, right? Asked Rias, to which Issei nodded. Place it on her chest. Issei placed a green glowing light on Asia's chest. A crimson demonic power surrounded Rias' body. I order, in my name Rias Gremory, you, Asia Argento. I resurrect you back to this soil as my servant, and have you reborn as a devil. You, my bishop, be delighted with your new life. The crimson chess piece glowed and went inside Asia's body. At the same time, Asia's sacred gear went back inside her body. Rias stopped her demonic power after confirming that the chess piece and the sacred gear went inside Asia's body. After a short while, Asia opens her eyes. Seeing that, Goku let out a sigh of relief and Issei wasn't able to stop his tears from coming out. Huh, said Asia confused. Rias gave Goku a warm smile, who returned it with his own. I resurrected her because I wanted her power that can even heal a devil. Fufufu, Ise, from now on, you'll protect her. Since you will be her senior devil. Asia raised her upper body and looked around. Issei? Goku? Issei hugged Asia, who looks puzzled. Issei started explaining her everything. Wow, Rias really are a lifesaver. Thank you so much, said Goku with his famous sun grin. With that, Goku started talking his revived friend. His smile is a killer, that's for sure, sighed Akino happily. Trust me, his kiss is even better, winked Rias, before walking away. Akino could only watch her in disbelief as Rias had a smug smile on her face. Deeks, that mean Rias kisses him? That explained the smile. Well played, Rias. But this is just the beginning, smiled Akino mischievously. Hoa, the night is so beautiful today, the brown-haired devil sighed. The past few days were among the happiest days in Issei's life. Thanks to Goku's help, he was able to save Asia and resurrect her as a devil. The poor girl was little conflicted at first, but ultimately she was more happy to be with him. It was the first time Issei ever felt so complete with someone. It felt like Asia might be the special one for him. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when he heard someone ring the doorbell. When he opened the door, he found it was Goku and Akino, who had her arm linked with Sion's. Yo! How are you, Asia? Asked Goku in a cheerful tone. I'm good, Goku. I thank you again for saving me. Asia bowed in gratitude. You don't have to thank you for that, we are friends after all. Goku replied with his famous sun grin, which made Asia blush a little. Do you have any reason to be here? Asked Issei, clearly not happy seeing this. It wasn't that he disliked Goku anymore, but seeing him getting along with Asia made him uneasy. Era, you don't have to be jealous of Goku, Issei. Asia is yours after all, winked Akino. Both Issei and Asia blushed to roots hearing them. Anyways, we were here to ask if you had heard any news of Kiba, asked Akino. Issei shook his head in a no. It's been quite some time since anyone saw Kiba. He formed a temporary alliance with the church duo, where they will help the two of them retrieve the Excaliburs. Rias told them it had something to do with his past life, but didn't go into details. It is so unlike Kiba, he dash. Goku got silence after feeling something. When he looked down outside, there was someone floating in the air. It was the same white-haired priest they faced few days ago. Hey, you are that guy who was too weak and ran away from the fight, Frodo, was it? Mused Goku, lost in thoughts. It's Freed, you idiot, yelled the white-haired priest. Soon he had a sickening and evoking smirk on his face. He waved his hands at them before running away. But why was he here? To confront an enemy, especially in their territory, was a foolish move. Then he sensed another presence nearby. A fallen angel, said Akino with a voice filled with hatred. Yeah, I sensed it too, nodded Goku seriously. The energy was far greater than Freed. Though it was quite weak for the Scion, but he wasn't sure if Issei and others could successfully defeat the fallen angel on their own. Suddenly a magic circle formed on the ground before Rias and others appeared out it. There wasn't any greeting exchanged as Rias had an angry look on her face. Rias seemed like she noticed something and looked up. There was someone floating in the sky with the moon behind him. It was a fallen angel who had his black wings growing out from his back. He had 10 black wings. It was a young man who was wearing a black robe with detailed accessories. He smirked after seeing Rias. This is our first time meeting, daughter of the House of Gremory. The crimson hair is beautiful. It reminds me of your brother that I hate enough to make me want to vomit. If Freed was born for sadism and insanity, then this guy was born for cruelty and hatred. The energy that Angel was sending off reminded Goku of someone he faced at Namek. Just the thought of that person almost made Scion to act on instinct and punch this man with all his might. Almost. Nice to meet you, one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Kokobeel. And my name is Rias Gremory. I will also add one more thing. We and the House of Gremory are a being who are closest to the Mao, and also the furthest from it. If you are here to discuss about politics with me, then it's no use. This is a gift. He then threw the person he was carrying at Goku. Goku immediately reacted and caught it. The one who dropped into his arms was Issei's childhood friend, Shido Irina. She was covered in blood. She was breathing heavily. Her whole body was covered in wounds. Did this happen after she went to chase Freed? What happened to Kiba and Zenobia? Hey Irina. Even though Goku called her, she reacted painfully and didn't respond. She came into my base. So I gave her a welcome. Well, I wasn't able to catch the other two. Kokobeel said it with a laugh. Asia. Goku put Irina on the ground and made Asia heal her. It was matter of few seconds before wounds on Irina healed and her expression softened. I wouldn't do something as stupid as talking with a Mao. Well, if I rape and kill his little sister, then Surzek's anger will be pointed towards me. That won't be bad, said the fallen angel with a twisted smile. At this point, Goku was almost at his limit. How dare he threaten to do something like that to someone Scion cared about so much? So what is your motive for contacting me? Said Rias with anger in her voice. Kokobeel answered Bucho's question with joy. I will be rampaging in this town using your base, Kuu Academy, as the starting point. Then Surzek's will also appear, right? Wait, what? All of that for a fight? He was willing to kill thousands of innocents just because he can fight with Rias' brother? The howl of the Cerberus was overshadowed by the sound, and its body turned to nothingness from the lightning. The next moment the big dog disappeared. It seems they did continue their training even after Riser's game, smirked Goku, clearly proud of Akino. Rias pointed her hand towards Kokobile and shot a huge ball of demonic energy at him. Take this. Kokobile. It's huge, shouted Issei. But the fallen angel just stretched one of his hands to the front. Instead of being disintegrated by this, he was blocking Bucho's shot with only one of his hands. He stopped a gigantic shot like that with only one hand? Not really surprising considering his power level was still quite above Rias and the others. Still, Goku was proud to see how much they have grown. Kokobile faced his palm towards the sky. The shot that was fired by Rias changed its direction and went up to the sky and disappeared. Kokobile showed his malicious smile after seeing the smoke coming out of his hand. I see. Rias Grumry's power would grow this much in such a short time. Interesting. This is very interesting indeed. Kukuku. Kokobile started to laugh by himself as if he find it funny. It's complete. Balba's voice. Then the 4 Excaliburs that were placed on the center of the school field started giving out incredible amounts of light. Kokobile started applauding. The 4 Excaliburs are going to become one. It started giving out divine light that spread throughout the school field. When Goku stared at the center of the school field, he saw that the 4 Excaliburs were put on top of each other. When the bright lights were gone, there was one holy sword at the center of the field giving out a blue-white aura. Because of the light created by the Excalibur when it turned into one, the spell on the ground is also complete. This town will collapse within 20 minutes. The only way to dispel it is by beating Kokobile. Beating him in 20 minutes was quite an easy task if Goku decides to fight him. No. To say easy would be an insult to Scion's power. Better term would be child's play, but the Scion was conflicted if he should finish the fallen angel himself or see how Issei and others fare against him as a team. Freed. Kokobile called out the name of the crazy priest. What's up, boss? A white-haired boy priest emerged from the darkness. Use the Excalibur in the circle. It shall be the last entertainment. Fight while using the Excalibur that has turned into one from the 4 Excaliburs. Yeah. Geez. My boss sure uses people recklessly. But. It's like I'm so honored to use the Excalibur-chan that has become super wonderful, something like that? You hee. I will just chop some devils now. Freed put on a crazy smile while holding the Excalibur located at the center of the school field. So he could use it. He did say that he received a factor from Balba. Zenovia then spoke to Kiba. Rias Grumry's knight. If the cooperation is still valid, let us destroy that Excalibur together. Is it okay? Zenovia laughed fearlessly at Kiba's words. At worst, it won't be a problem if I collect the fragment of the Excalibur that is acting as the core of it. Since Freed is wielding it, that is a holy sword, but it isn't a holy sword. Even if it's a holy sword, it's the same as any other weapon. It changes depending on the person using it. That is a sort of heresy. Ha. Someone was laughing at the duo's conversation. It was Balba. Balba Galilei. I am a survivor of the Holy Sword Project. No. I am the one who was killed by you, to be more precise. I have continued living by being reincarnated into a devil. Kiba said calmly to Balba. But his eyes were filled with flames of hatred. Depending on Balba's answer, it might become an explosive situation. Ho. The survivor of that project. This is such a misfortune. To meet you in a Far East country like this. I feel fate. Foo. What a disgusting way of laughing. You see. I like holy swords. I like them so much that they come out in my dreams. Possibly because my heart was fascinated by the legend of Excalibur since I was a child. That's why when I found out that I can't use Excalibur I went into despair. Balba suddenly started talking about his life. I held admiration for those who can wield it because I couldn't. That feeling became so powerful that I started an experiment to create those who can use them. Then it was complete. It's thanks to you and the others. What? Complete? You disposed of us after finding us to be a failure. Kiba lifted his eyebrows seemingly in doubt, but the old man shook his head. From Kiba, Bucho, and Zenovia's story Goku heard that the experiment failed. I realized that there was an essential factor needed to wield holy swords, so I used the numerical value of the factors to investigate its capability. Most of the test subjects had the elements, but they didn't have the numerical value needed to wield the Excalibur. Then I reached a conclusion. Is there a way to take out the elements and gather them? I see. I understand now. The thing that is put inside the holy sword wielders when they received a blessing is. Zenovia seemed like she learned the truth and grit her teeth hateful. Issei and Goku were in doubt and Balba continued to talk. That's right, holy sword wielder girl. We take out the holy elements from those who have them and crystallize them. Just like this. Balba took out an orb that was giving out light. It was a shiny orb. It has the so-called holy aura in it. With this, the research on holy sword wielders improved. Even so, those fools from the church banished me for heresy and took away my reports on the research. By looking at you, I see that the project was succeeded by someone. That Michael. He made me look like a criminal and this is the result? Well, it's that angel we are talking about. Even if he takes the elements out from the test subjects, he wouldn't go as far as to kill them. That part only would make him more human than me, ha ha ha. Balba laughed pleasantly. At present, to create holy sword users, it required a sacrifice. So Kiba and Zenovia were victims of the project started by Balba. Goku clenched his fist in anger as he realized what he meant. You killed my comrades and took out the elements needed to wield the holy swords? Kiba asked Balba with his voice filled with killing intent. That's right. This orb is from back then. I have used 3 of them on Freed though. This is the last one. Ha 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 ha. Other guys, besides me, died because their bodies couldn't synchronize with the elements. If I think like that, that makes me special. If it was just like Freed said, then the other ones who stole the Excalibur died. You thought that guys like me would end up being tough, didn't you, Ise-kun? No, no. I won't die easily like that. Issei gritted his teeth in anger. It was clear that he completely hated that priest after what he did to Asia. Balba Galilei, how many lives have you sacrificed for your greed and experiments? Kiba's hands were shaking and there was an aura of anger coming out of his body. If you say that, then I will give this orb to you. My research has reached the stage where it is possible to mass-produce them in the right environment. First of all, I will destroy this town with Kokobile. Next, I will gather the legendary holy swords stored around the world. Then I will mass-produce holy sword wielders and start a war against Michael and the Vatican with the combined Excaliburs. I'm going to show the result of my research to those foolish angels and their followers who have convicted me. So that was the reason why Kokobile and Balba teamed up. 2 maniacs trying to start a war while enjoying on suffering of innocence. Balba threw away the orb as if he had lost interest in it. It rolled on the ground and went to Kiba's foot. Kiba leaned down silently and picked it up. He patted the orb sadly, lovingly, and dearly. Everyone. There was a tear on Kiba's cheek. His expression was filled with sadness and anger. Then something happened. The orb that Kiba held started giving out shallow lights. The lights started to spread and it eventually covered the whole school field. From the ground there were lights coming out and it started to form a shape. Then it formed into a proper shape. It took the shape of people. There were boys and girls who were giving out blue-white lights and they were surrounding Kiba. The various powers that are present on this battlefield made the spirits within the orbs appear. Akino-san said. They looked at Kiba with a dear and sad expression. Everyone. I have always thought about it. Was it all right that I was the only one that survived? There were those who had more dreams than me. There were those who wanted to live more than me. Is it all right that I am the only one to have a peaceful life? Then one boy's spirit smiled and it seemed like he wanted to say something. He was moving his lips. Though Goku couldn't understand what he was saying because he couldn't read lips, but he didn't need to. His expressions told him everything. Don't worry about us anymore. You are alive at least. That's what they are saying, said Akino with a gentle smile standing next to Goku. There were tears coming out from both of Kiba's eyes because it seemed like their thoughts reached him. Then the spirits of boys and girls started to move their lips in a rhythm. The sacred song. Asia mumbled. They were singing the sacred song. Kiba started to sing while shedding tears. Their bodies started to glow blue-white. Those lights were getting brighter, with Kiba in the center. We were no good alone. We didn't have enough elements to wield the holy swords. But it will be okay if we are together. Issei was completely memorized by the fight until he screaming of someone familiar and felt the entire ground trembling behind his feet. Even Vanishing Dragon and Kokobile stopped their fighting to look at the cause of this. Goku. 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 No. Please save me. Suddenly the image of his best friend being blown away at Namek flashed before his eyes. No. No. He can't let any more of his friends to die. And no. Krillin, Rainier, they didn't do anything wrong. His entire body trembled. It was like a storm of emotions. Ha-wa-ya. The screams of Sion echoed throughout the entire school. They weren't screams of despair, but rather of pure rage and anger. The very earth beneath started to shake violently. There was complete silence in the battlefield as the screams of Sion died. What's happening? He is different, he is changed. Kokobile said in surprise as looked at Goku. The man he was previously fighting was now surrounded with red aura. A wave of fear went through his body as the Sion sent a death glare towards him. Pathetic insect. Prepare to get squashed. Kokobile raised his hand to form another spear of light but was suddenly by Goku, who instantly appeared behind him and grabbed his arm. The fallen angel tried his best efforts to get free from the grip, but it was as if he was a weak human who had been chained to a great boulder. Why didn't you stop? You hurt your friends and innocent people. What have they done to you? Asked Goku in a serious tone. Suddenly, he let of Kokobile's arm, who immediately seized the opportunity and landed a punch into Sion's guts. But it was proved too ineffective as if he didn't even feel that punch. I can't let you take your unhappiness on other people anymore, told Goku. On instinct, the fallen angel took few steps back. What are you talking about? I kill when I want. The weak perishes and the strong survives, replied Kokobile, gritting his teeth. Alright, Kokobile. We will play by your rules then. Let's go. With a mighty yell, Goku let a strong wave of ki, sending the fallen angel fly away. Just as Kokobile regained the control, he was met with a devastating punch to the face. The shockwave of the punch shook the entire school and fallen angel was sent flying straight outside the city. Rias and others was watching all of them without being able to utter anything. Rias had seen Goku using this red aura fighting against Kuroka, but this time it was different. This time Sion wasn't fighting for fun. Goku powered up more to follow Kokobile, but suddenly stopped by Albion, who stood in front of him. And here I thought only weakling were present here. To think there will an interesting opponent here, chuckled Albion. I don't know who you are, but stay out of this, told Goku, clearly not interested. Or what? The next moment, Albion felt like someone dropped a mountain on him. Just the energy released by Sion was crushing him. div dash. Goku kicked him straight into the ground before he could use his attack. A large crater formed where Albion crashed. Stay down. This will be your first and last warning, told Goku. With that said, Goku flew towards the direction where Kokobile was. Issei slowly walked over to Albion, who was still laying in crater. Haha, ha 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 ha. A normal kick, huh? That's all it took, huh? He treated me like a nobody. A fucking nobody, said Albion as he slowly stood up. He gave a single glance to Issei before stretching his arms, but winced in pain. Wielder of the boosted gear. If someone like me is treated like that, then you are even not a trash compared to his power, said Albion. Issei wanted to get angry hearing this, but he found himself unable to do so. It was because he knew it was the truth. I might not be strong enough right now, but I will make him pay for that one day, chuckled Albion. We finally met, but in a situation like this, said Drake through the sacred gear. That's all right. It's our destiny to fight one day. Things like this happen, replied Vanishing Dragon. It is quite pathetic to see you like this. Don't act as if you would have fared any better, Red. What do we have here? A tall man suddenly teleported next to Asia Abd Rainier. The man appeared to be in his 20s, with an average build, black hair, golden bangs, and black goatee. Issei prepared to use his sacred gear, but stopped when he heard Albion. Azazel, it's a surprise to see you here. Well, with all the ruckus going on here, it was natural for us to be here, replied Azazel in a carefree manner. The leader of fallen angels, muttered Rias in surprise. Oh Rainier, I told you to simply keep an eye on sacred gear, not to get involved with Kokobile. Azazel said with a sad look on his face as he looked at unconscious girl who was being healed by Asia. A mischievous smile formed on Azazel as he looked towards Issei and started walking towards him, even though the man wasn't giving him any weird vibes, but with all the encounters he had with fallen angels, Issei decided to be on guard. Ah, so this is the legendary boosted gear, huh? Interesting, said Azazel looking at Issei's gear. Azazel, you just said us. What do you mean by that? Asked Albion. Now that he mentioned that, Issei realized that the leader of Fallen Angel did said something like that. What do you think? Smirked Azazel. Most of the forest outside the city was erased at this moment. Massive balls of ki was destroying anything they came in contact with. The fight between Goku and Kokobile continued, but it resembled nothing like a fight. It was a one-sided beatdown. Goku was punching Azazel at lightning-fast speed. There was barely any form of resistance from the fallen angel. How? Why you have so much power, yet you associate yourself with those weaklings? Kokobile tried to get up, but instantly fell on his knees. He was sure that every bone in his body was broken. Son Goku going emo? Haha, this must be the end of the world. A familiar voice got Sion's attention. Goku looked above him to see leader of 4 great Satans, Ceresks alongside with 3 unknown devils. Judging from their power levels, which were pretty close to Ceresks, he assumed those were the other great Satans. But it wasn't the devils who arrived there. Soon multiple unknown individuals, each with 12 white wings, teleported there too. Ah, Michael, Gabriel and others are here too, said Ceresks with a friendly smile. Son Goku, Kokobile is responsibility of fallen angels. He will pay for actions, said the angel with blonde curly hair. Gabriel is right, this is a matter between 3 factions. It doesn't concern you. But if you kill him, you have to answer for that, said the other angel. Yeah, you heard them. Be a good dog and do what are told, said Kokobile mockingly. I don't care, said Goku, glaring at the angel. In next moment, Goku extended his hand in front of Kokobile before blasting him out of existence. All of the devils and angels had a shocked expression on their face. What have you done? Asked Ceresks, shocked, knowing what was coming next. What have you done? Suresh couldn't believe what he just witnessed. Not only Goku might have started a war against all the factions, but the way he did it was even more unbelievable. The first time he met Goku, it was like meeting the most harmless and kindest soul on the planet. He even mistook him for an angel during their first meeting. But the Goku standing in front of now was an entirely different person. The red aura surrounding him was just as intense as the look in his eyes. Aha! With a mighty yell, everyone except Suresh and Grafia attacked the Scion. Kaioken time 4, muttered Goku as he stretched his arms. Before anyone could realize what he said, all of them were blown away a strong wave of energy. Everyone just calm down. I have no ill intentions against any one of you. But if you try to attack me again, I will defend myself, told Goku standing on his ground. Suresh knew if all of these guys started an actual fight here, then entire country might be wiped from the face of this planet. This guy is really interesting. I want to see how strong he really is, Suresh Tan, said a black-haired demon girl in her late teens. No. Wait, Seraphal. Suresh shouted, but it fell to deaf ears as Seraphal suddenly appeared in front of Scion and punched him in the face using her ice-covered fist. The force behind the punch caused huge shock waves on contact, but to Seraphal's surprise, Golub didn't even flinch at all. Moving his leg at lightning speed, Goku tried to sidekick her, but already predicting that move, Seraphal moved her arm to side to defend herself. Huh. Too easy, chucked Seraphal. Just as the kick made contact with her arm, there were an audible cracking sound. Suresh's eyes widened in surprise as the pain surged throughout her body. Trying to defend against this guy was a grave mistake. But it was too late for regrets as the strongest female devil was sent flying through the entire forest. Seraphal, shouted a tall bald devil as he went after her. Everyone was speechless at this time. It only took one hit from Goku to injure one of the strongest devil. Nobody was able to treat a Satan like that except for gods like Indra and dragons like Drag. Even they would have some trouble with one of 4 Satan, but the way he did it makes Suresh wonder. How strong exactly is Goku? Michael, I don't think it's a wise move to start a fight here, and considering how strong Goku is, I don't think we can win without heavy casualties. Human world will suffer the most of it, said Suresh to Michael, and considering how awesome relationship all the faction have with each other, I doubt any of us can afford that. The angel seemed to think on what Suresh said before looking towards the Scion and turning to Suresh. What do you suggest then, Suresh? I think we should deal with this matter as adults and discuss it somewhere else. A good OL meeting will do the trick, replied Suresh before asking Goku, that is if Son Goku agrees to that, of course. I don't have any problem with that. I already told you that I will only fight if you guys attack me first, told Goku. Soon the red aura completely disappeared from the Scion along with the tremendous energy he was releasing. Though a friendly fight is a totally different matter, said Goku smiling while looking at Grafia. Everyone's sweat dropped seeing this. Even the Queen of Suresh was taken back by the sudden change in the attitude of the Scion, but immediately kept her usual emotional self. You still haven't given up on fighting against me, Son Goku? Asked Grafia, to whom Goku replied by shaking his head in a no. Then keep the end of your deal and I will keep mine, told Grafia. So it is settled then. We will all hold a meeting in few days to discuss what happened today and all the matters between all he factions. Son Goku, will you promise me to keep yourself away from more trouble in the meantime? Asked Michael with a gentle smile. I can't promise anything, but I'll do my best, replied Goku with his son grin. With all that coming to conclusion, all of the angels and fallen angel teleported back while Goku flew towards the school. He is really looking forward to fight against you, you know, said Suresh to his wife. I know. Think you can provide him a decent challenge, let alone win? Asked Suresh. My king, I think you are underestimating my abilities. I'm not a novice like Lord Seraphal who will carelessly charge towards such dangerous opponent. No offense to her, of course, replied Grafia. Hey, that's rude. He just caught me off guard, said Seraphal with a pout. Besides a broken arm and few broken ribs, Seraphal was all right for the most part. Suresh could tell that her pride was more hurt than anything else. Anyways, my lord, is it really okay that for someone like him to remain with your sister? Asked Graphia. I understand why you would feel that way about him. But if anything, I think he is the best guy for Rias to be with. After all, he did all this just because Kokobile hurt his friend Rep led Suresh with a smile. Anyways, our work is done here. With that, a large circle formed on the ground, teleporting all of them to the demon world. Back at the academy. Seriously, there is a limit on how careless one can be, said Azazel, looking at Rainier with sympathy. While Asia healing was working, but it certainly was taking a lot of time, but given how badly she was injured it was. Valley, I'm really disappointed in you. Getting beat so easily. TSK mocked Azazel. Easy for you to say, but he's on a level where I can't even touch him, yet, replied Valley. Azazel couldn't help but smile at the emphasis of the last word. It seemed that Valley has found some reason to get even more stronger. Well, speak of the devil, he is finally here, said Azazel as he saw Goku flying towards them. Azazel exchanged looks with Goku for a brief moment when he landed in front of them. But the Scion soon turned his attention towards Rainier. Asia, how is Rainier? Asked Goku as he checks upon the fallen angel. She is healing, but it would some time. I'm still not very experienced with using my powers for so long, said Asia with a smile. While her smile was pure and genuine, but it was clear from her expressions that the healing process was exhausting for her too. Given how tired she is right now, I'd say she can heal her only for few minutes more, said Azazel, before looking towards the Scion. And who might be? Asked Goku. Oh, where are my manners? Azazel here in your service. Azazel? You are the one who got Rainier into this mess, asked Goku, gritting his teeth. Seeing this, Azazel defensively put his hand up. Although his demeanor was anything but serious. Now. Let's not get feisty over here. It is true that I gave Rainier that task, but her task was only to observe, not get involved in all of this, told Azazel. So why did she kill Issei? Asked Goku confused. I guess this is what happens when someone is too caring for their own kind. I guess she didn't want devils and angels to gain upper hands on fallen angels, replied Azazel with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Rias decided to join in. So that means she killed Issei on her own decision. I don't think that's something I can forgive her for so easily. I understand your anger. It might seem like a cruel act from her, but devils aren't the innocent side either, considering how many fallen angels they have killed to gain an upper hand. This is a tense time between all the factions after all. Also, if I'm not wrong, she killed your devil before he was a devil. That means she never directly interfered into your matters or harmed you. But in the end, it all depends upon Sacred Gear Wielder, explained Azazel, obviously referring to Issei. As he said that, everyone had their eyes on Issei. I'm still not comfortable with her killing me before, but I think she has suffered enough. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I forgive her, said Issei with a sigh before smiling at Goku. Consider this a payment of training me before. Well, it's time for me to go back to that boring council, said Azazel, signaling Valley to follow him. This isn't the last time we meet. Next time I will make sure you will pay for what you did to me, told Valley as he passed by Goku. Who are you again? Asked Goku confused. This earned him a wholehearted laughter from Azazel and a death glare from Valley. Oh, and I almost forgot about it. Here, catch, said Azazel as he threw something at Goku. As he caught whatever Azazel threw at him, he found that it was a small red potion. It's a healing potion. It will help your friend to recover faster. I know red potion bottle healing cliché, but what can I do? I love clichés, smirked Azazel. With that said, Azazel and Vala flew away in the dark sky. He is really weird, commented Issei. You can say that again, agreed Akino. You think we can trust him, Goku? Asked Rias. There was a momentary pause before the Scion as the Scion looked at Bottle and replied. I can't say for sure. But I didn't sense any negative energy from him. I think I will take the risk. I want Rainier to heal as soon as she can. Walking over to Asia, Goku opened the bottle and poured the liquid on the fallen angel's wounds. As the leader of fallen angels told them, the wounds started to close at a rapid pace, much to Goku's relief. Well, at least he was telling the truth, said Akino, though for some reason she wasn't as happy as others with the help of the fallen angel. Alright, everyone head back to the club. I need to talk to Sona about the current matters, and thanks her for putting the shield around the school, told Rias. Yeah, too bad it broke with the single blow from Goku. Basically they were useless here, reminded Kaneko. Rias let out an exhausted sigh hearing that. I know, but it will be rude and ill-mannered of me not to thank them, despite their unhelpful help. With that said, everybody head towards the club except for Rias. Soon Sona and her peerage approached her. The look on her face clearly told Rias that she was not happy at all. Rice, I admit I am both impressed and angry by the fact that you hid such a powerful devil in your peerage, said Sona. Rias almost wanted to laugh at accusation of her fellow devil. As if a weak devil her would able to make Golu a devil. After what happened today, was clear that even a low-tier god would have a hard time against Goku. Not to mention, she wasn't sure if Goku actually wanted to a devil in the first place. Well, you never asked, replied Rias. And you think it was fine to leave it out just like that? Asked Sona in an angry tone. This made everyone in her peerage shake in fear, as it was really rare of Sona to be angry. Calm down. It all worked out in the end, reminded Rias. Only temporarily though. Rias, you are playing with forces beyond your reach and imagination, warned Sona. I know that already. But I trust Goku. He would never do anything that would hurt anyone, said Rias. Your trust in him is admirable yet stupid. But I can't argue with you here, as higher authority are fine with him being a part of your peerage, told Sona. Anyways, I wanted to thank you for your help. You mean my unhelpful help? Asked Sona. Rias flinched, realizing Sona heard her and others talking about them. It doesn't matter really. Kokobile was a threat to everyone, so it was my duty to stop him, said Sona. Like I said, I hope you know what you were dealing with her. You don't have to worry about that, replied Rias, with a serious look on her face. Without saying anything else, Sona and her peerage depart, while Rias return her to the club. The next day, Ryasa and the rest of Occult Club was sitting in the room where Asia was healing Rainier. Even though the wounds were completely healed with the help of the potion that Azazel gave them, they were using Asia's ability to speed up the process instead. Everyone was there except Goku, who was out training in the woods. It was really a surprise to them as why the Scion was training. He was already strong enough. It was as if wanting to become stronger was in his nature. Kiba, are you alright? Asked Kaneko to Kiba, who was seemingly spaced out. Ah yes. I'm fine, Kaneko. It's nothing, assured Kiba. You seem quite distracted since this morning. What's the matter? Asked Rias. Good day to you. It's nice to see you all energetic. WWWHYYYYYYYY. The exchange happening inside was heard. Judging from the voice, it could have been a middle schooler, but, a girl? Or was it a younger male? He can't say for sure yet. Though Goku could say that the person was extremely confused. Currently, they were here to see another member of Rice Peerage. To his surprise, Zenobia was with them, and even more shocking was the fact that she was one of Rias' Knight too. Apparently all of that happened while Goku was busy with overtime in school and after Asia was transformed into a devil. While he had no problems with Zenobia being their ally, but for some reason, she has been giving Goku weird look ever since they got here. The seal got removed, you know? You are able to go out now. Now, let's all go out together? Akino's gentle voice. Goku sensed sympathy. He felt she was gently trying to connect. However, No, this place is good. I don't want to go outside. I don't want to meet People. Asia and Issei exchanged glances, and tilted our heads. Zenobia also let out a questioning look. Only Kiba and Kaneko understood the circumstances. Kiba was smiling bitterly and Kaneko was letting out a sigh. Issei strengthened his resolve and timidly peeked in. Walking in just a bit, he glanced in the room. The curtains were tightly shut close. Dim, the room was decorated in an unexpectedly cute manner. It looked like a girl's room. Stuffed dolls were present as well. A coffin? There was a single coffin present in one corner that seemed to be used in funerals abroad. Rias and Akino were in the room and it seems that the bishop was present with them. Even Goku let his curiosity get better of him and went it. Approaching further, the one present there was a girl with noble looks, golden hair and red eyes who looked like a doll. Sitting down on the floor, with a pose that looked as if wanting to escape from Rias and Akino. She was shaking a lot. Ooh. A girl. Not to mention a foreigner, said Issei excited. Appearance-wise, this kid looks like a girl, but without a doubt he is a boy, told Rias. Issei's entire face turned pale as he heard that. No, no matter how you look at it. It's a girl, Bucho. Eh? Seriously? He has a hobby of dressing in female clothes. Akino-san said that. Yeah. Issei gave out a large shriek due to his big shock. Even Goku was surprised to see how girl-like appearance this boy had. Eek, I am sorry, I. The golden-haired girl clothing guy let out a shriek due to Issei's voice. Is it alright to have such a cruel story? He perfectly looks like a girl, for him to be a man, for him to have a penis on him. Goku wasn't sure if he should stop Issei saying that or not. But considering his personality, he didn't really meant any of those words. Talking about vulgar words is prohibited. Before they knew it, Kaneko too had entered the room. It's an even more painful story that he has a hobby for wearing girls' clothes. Since it suits him, when I heard the unnecessary truth, the shock was too huge. Are the girls' clothes to show to someone? On Issei's words, the girl cross-dressing young boy refutes. But girls' clothes are super cute. While the girl's clothing didn't look bad on him, but Goku wondered what his friends from his real world might think of that. Bulma might find him cute. Master Roshi will have completely same reaction as Issei. Chi-Chi, well he didn't want to thought about her for the moment, for some reason. Don't say things like super cute. Even though you're a gooey. You shattered my dream in an instant. I was actually dreaming about you and Asia, the double blonde Bishujo bishops, you know. Give back my dream, cried Issei in a comical way. Writings and dreams of people are transient, commented Kaneko harshly. Kaneko. That didn't sound like a joke, yelled Issei. Bibi, by the way, who are these people? The young lady's attire wearing boy asked Rias. Rias said it while indicating Goku, Issei, Asia, and Zenovia. These are new hirelings who came while you were here. The pawn, Hyudu Issei, the knight, Zenovia, and like you, the bishop, Asia. And Goku, he is my friend. Everyone said decent to meet you, but young lady's attire, Kuan, just dreadfully said E. The individuals expanded by a considerable measure. If you don't mind, would we be able to go out? Approve? It's okay for you not to be fixed anymore, you know? Ria said it tenderly yet. No. For me, the outside world is impossible, I am frightened. Regardless of whether I go outside, it would just motivation inconvenience for others. While besides the fact everyone was unsure how to approach him and the boy wearing girls' clothing, it somewhat reminded Goku of his son. He was just as shy as him when he met Bulma and others. A bittersweet smile Goku had on his face as he was reminded of his family in an unexpected way. He still have to find a way to at least talk to them if not able to meet them. Hello, Bucho said to go outside. It was the minute Issei was endeavoring to pull him. Eek. Goku immediately broke out of his thoughts as he noticed something was off. Everything around him had stopped moving except for himself and the young boy. Whoa. What's happening? Said Goku out loud. Eek. You can still move too? Asked young boy surprised as he ran off. Before he could ask him anything else, everything started moving again. Everyone except Rias and Aquino was surprised to see him disappear. To everyone it seems he was suddenly teleported and was shaking in one corner of the room. This is weird. Something at this time. It's sure something happened. Asia, Zenobia and Issei were shocked by the puzzling marvel, yet whatever is left of the individuals were just letting out murmurs. Kiba and the others obviously thought about it. Try not to get furious. Try not to get furious. Kindly don't hit me. Not surprisingly, the young lady's attire, Kuan, was simply yelling. I wonder what technique, he asked. Everything stopped moving when his energy suddenly increased. Was it paralysis? Goku asked to Rias. Everyone was surprised to see that Goku was able to notice something they were not. Oh? You were able to move in that ability too? Wait, why am I even surprised at this moment, considering your ridiculous level, sighed Rias. Seeing everyone else's uncertainty, Aquino-san clarified. That child has a consecrated apparatus that when he's energized, the season of everything in his field of vision can be halted for a settled interim of time. Wait, stopping time? Truly? That kid-looking child had an intense capacity, consecrated apparatus. This was really an amazing technique. While sure it would be a good power to use in a battle, but he personally didn't know if he wanted to learn this technique or not. His scion heritage won't allow him to use such a tactic. Since he can't control his hallowed powers, by the requests of the Archduke and Mao, Surzek-sama, he was fixed. Rias embraced the young boy from behind, and said to them. This kid is Gaspar Vladi. He's my bishop. Until further notice, he's Ku Academy's first year. Also, before being resurrected he was half human, half vampire. He is a vampire? Oh boy, that brings my childhood memories back, said Goku with a smile. You know any vampire? Asked Kiba. No? My friends and I have fought one and beat him easily. Wah! He's going to beat me too. I'm sorry, I used my powers, yelled Gaspar, covering his head. Everyone's sweat dropped, not knowing what to do or say in this situation. This kid was even more shy and nervous than Gohan as a kid. If he kept this attitude, Goku would never be able to unlock this kid's true potential. He has a gear called Forbidden Baler View, told Rias. Forbidden Baler View? Rias nods to Issei's question. Yes. That's the name of the sacred gear Gaspar possesses. It's very powerful. To stop time, isn't that close to breaking the rules? Upon his words, Rias responds. Yes, that's true. But your doubling power and Hakuryuku's having power are both against the rules too, you know? That's true, but, even then, to be able to stop time, you can only ignore rules so much. The problem is that he's not able to handle it. Because of that, Gaspar had been sealed till now. Unconsciously activating his sacred gear was seen as a problem. It was just as Goku thought. Just like Gohan, he can't control his powers on whim. However, you sure were able to make a guy with such a powerful gear into your servant, Rias. Not to mention, to be able to do it with just one piece, asked Asia. It's a mutation piece. Mutation piece? Asked Goku confused. Kiba answers to my question. It's different from the usual evil piece. Bodies that clearly require more than one piece to be reincarnated can be reincarnated in one piece. It's a piece that can make such a phenomenon occur. Usually, for high-class devils, 1 in 10 devils possesses a single piece. It's an irregularity born when the evil piece system was created. It's kind of like a bug, but it seems like it was kept for fun. Gaspar is the one who used that piece. Goku was getting more confused by the rules and explaining as he was still yet unfamiliar with current rules, let alone the new ones. The problem is Gaspar's ability. His energy fluctuate without any control, finished Goku, knowing what Rias was implying. Yes, he possesses a rare ability, and it seems his sacred gear's power increases when he's unconscious. Maybe because of that, every day his power is increasing. From the previous conversation we can say, in the future, there's a possibility he may attain balance breaker. Issei, Asia, and Zenovia were shocked to hear that while Goku simply smirked knowing he wasn't wrong. Even though I don't want you to talk about me. There was a big cardboard box placed beside Issei. He was speaking from there. Issei. Kick it silently. Eek. Judging by ability, maybe after Akino he would be next. Even though I say half vampire, he's from a pure-blooded vampire family with a good lineage, and has a powerful sacred gear because of his human half. He's well endowed with the abilities of vampires, and he excels in human magic wielded by wizards as well. If not so, then he probably wouldn't have been made a bishop with just one evil piece, told Rias. Vampires are weak against the sun, right? Is he fine? Asked Issei, to which Rias nodded. He possessed the blood of a special vampire known as Daywalker, which can move in the day, so there's no problem. However, he may dislike it. I hate daylight. It's better if the sun disappeared. The vampire my friend fought while able to fight in daylight though, said Goku. Rias was surprised hearing this. I don't know many vampires who can walk in daylight. Was he strong enough? Not really. Even Issei without balance breaker can defeat him, replied Goku. I have no idea what kind of vampire you fought then. Anyways, doesn't he need blood? He's a vampire, right? Rias responds to Issei's question. Since he's a half-vampire, he doesn't thirst for blood as often. If you supply the blood for him once every 10 days, then there's no problem. Though it seemed he originally doesn't like drinking blood. What would happen if he drinks my blood? Asked Goku, curiously. I don't want to think about it. He might achieve his balance breaker then, or he might overload with energy and die, told Rias with a worried look. I hate blood. I hate dying too. A good-for-nothing vampire. Kaneko spews out those words. Uaya. Kaneko is a Mianyi. Zenovia, Asia, and Kaneko, I will leave Gasper training to you guys, said Rias. Yeah. Then, shall I thoroughly discipline him? A weak man is no good. And also I wanted to face off with a vampire since childhood. Leave his treatment to me. That Zenovia pulled onto the rope attached to Gaspern's cardboard box. Wanted to face off against him. Eek. And no way, I don't want to fight against the user of the holy sword Durandal. I'll be destroyed. Don't scream, Gasper. If you like, shall I prepare a cross and holy water, and also attack you with garlic? Eek. Garlic, Nuo. Hey, start running. If you're a day walker, then you should be able to run in the day. Eek. Don't chase me while swinging the Durandal. Looking from an outsider's perspective, it was completely like a vampire hunt. Durandal was also letting out a dangerous sound while emitting a holy aura. Goku had a concerned look on his face as he was watching this. Rias was going to ask him about it, but the scion simply vanished and appeared between Zenovia and Gasper, blocking the blades between his two fingers. Goku. What are you doing? Asked Zenovia surprised. You guys are doing this the wrong way, told Goku before turning towards Gasper with a genuine smile on his face. It wasn't the lack of strength that was holding Gasper back but his own low self-esteem personality. I know you are afraid of what people might think of you and many will doubt you. But the only way you can change their thinking and prove them wrong by getting stronger, told Goku. But, I'm not strong enough, said Gasper while sobbing. I too wasn't strong enough when I was a kid. I doubt I could have dodged more than 15 strikes from Zenovia when I was your age. You are already doing better than me, told Goku smiling. What if I fail every time? Then we all will pick you every time until you succeed. A small smile formed on Gasper's face as he stopped his sobbing. I will try my best to be like you, Goku-sensei. I will definitely make you proud, said Gasper with determination in his eyes. Zenovia-senpai. Let's continue the training, said Gasper, while Zenobia simply nodded, confused by all of this. Well, bravo. That was quite an emotional scene you created there. A new voice echoed in the hallway. It was the fallen angel, who was Goku saved last night. Rainara. You should be resting right now, told Goku. Worried about me, my poor Goku? Asked Rainer. This made Rias and Akino's eyes twitch in anger. Yes, of course. He is worried about a friend. You should have some rest back at club, told Rias with a smile, yet it was pretty mad. I'm completely fine. Though my entire body is sour, but the wounds are completely healed. Thanks to your nun, informed Rainer. I have to say you made friends with Gasper real quickly, said Akino. Of course, as a father myself, I knew what was holding him back, chuckled Goku. Everyone had their jaws almost hit the floor as they shouted in union. You're a father? Thanks for watching, please like, share, and subscribe.